That is off my new album. That song is called Flowers for Adults in Love. Flowers for Adults in Love. I'm doing this show because one of my subscribed paid members, they pay a monthly fee to listen to me. They asked me to, if I could put back up a video I deleted. Roby, what's good, bro? Got Roby in the building. They wanted to know more about religions. I generally don't go into it. YouTube doesn't like it. I mean, I always talk about the religions, but YouTube doesn't like it. And quite frankly, the people don't like it. The people don't really like you talking about their religions. They would prefer you to talk about anything else. The reason I do it is not to piss you off. It's because I want you to see there's no way to talking. You want to talk about the things you want to talk about and you want a solution to them. You don't see how your religion is intertwined in that. Some of you do see how your religion is intertwined in that. Right? So out of all, let's just say we start to prioritize, okay, what's really important here to talk about? Religion or health, religion or finances, and you don't see how the religion is playing a part in that. Whether the religion is supporting you being more complacent, whatever it is, in my opinion, I want to be fair. And I think I'm going to make some good points today. But in my opinion, the religions make people a little bit more docile, a little more sheepish, if you will. So there's no way for me not to talk about religion. And the funny thing is, people say, don't talk about religion or politics. I've had some way bigger channels. Shout out to I talked to a lot of people on the phone who have way bigger channels than me, right? They're already in the hundreds of thousands. And they're like, hey, Saladin, you got to stop talking. They tell me what to do. I'm never going to stop doing it. So I don't think I'm going to be a successful YouTuber. I highly doubt I'll be a successful YouTuber. I think I'll be successful at something. It won't be YouTube. However, I won't be successful in their eyes. I think I'm already a success in my eyes. I have 6,000 people who subscribe. And most of those people came just because some of those people they like when I talk shit. And I'm not going to front. I like when I talk shit too. I just can't do it every day. So it's not my cup of tea. Obviously, I see what it does when I talk about somebody else. But I'm also hurting somebody else, and sometimes there's no reason. Once I stick the knife in somebody, there's no real reason for me to keep on going unless I want that person dead. If that's the case, then I probably really want that person dead, which, knowing me, I'm going to show up to, you're going to see me. So I don't really want you dead. I just wanted your attention. I just wanted to say something. And that be that. And then I go off and talk about whatever I'm going to talk about. In this particular case today, Winter said, hey, I learned a lot. That was a lot of information you put out. Can you put the video back up? But I had deleted it already. So I said, you know what, Winter, for you, I'll do the video over. She said, all right, cool. Let's go. All right, Roby said he has to check out in a few. So she obviously didn't get here yet. But that's okay. Whenever she does watch this video is dedicated to her and her journey wherever she may be. Now, a little recap. I spent like 20-something years in the church as a Christian. But I also said that I had a bunch of friends, and most of them was not even Christians. Many of my closest friends were, some were Christian, and then some were Muslim, and then some were Hebrew. Some were Rastafarian. I really grew up around a plethora of different nationalities, national IDs, religions, and it taught me a lot. I'm a social studies type of guy though. I went to college for sociology. And that was my favorite topic in high school as well. So I'm a social studies type of guy. Little Foots was good. Little Foots is in the building. I like to see what make people tick. What I definitely discovered as a grown man, though, it is very unpopular to talk about. Forget people's politics. People will forgive you for the politics, but you talk about someone's religion, and I definitely get it. It's not like I'm stupid. You talk about something that's giving people hope, and you don't know what gives a person hope to get up in the morning and keep on trying. And sometimes things don't work out, and when they do, they give the glory to somebody, and they, that usually that person is their God. So I totally get when people don't want to come over and hear me talking down on them. However, that being said, with all the respects and everything, I've learned that we were fed untruths. And when I say untruths, I mean untruths. So as these miraculous things are happening in your life, and we will go over those untruths today. Don't think I'm just going to blanketly say, yo, you was taught some untruths and keep on going. Yeah, right. We was taught some untruths, lies, if you will. I will go over some of those today. And may this not only help Winter, but help whoever else is on their path to finding out the truth. I could spend the rest of my life during this life cycle attempting to find out as much as I can, because chances are I won't find out everything, but as much as I can, and I'll enjoy every minute of it. While I'm doing that, I am ostracizing myself. There are very few that understand. Most of the people that do understand, the scholars that I can go to, are very old. They have died. They are locked up on what I believe to be trumped up charges. Or they are silent and they don't want to be revealed. They don't want to be known because it brings a lot of flack to your life. And it isolates you. And people don't want that, quite frankly. You understand? It's kind of too late for me. It is not too late, but am I going to stop doing what I'm doing? I'm not. Just keeping it real. So I think my path is set in stone. Now, that being said, we were listening to Jordan Maxwell. But I got some other people there, because I think when I did that show on Sunday, I was in the truck. I didn't have my notes. I didn't have none of that. So today, I do have the slides that I had created. I can go over some other things. And outside of that, there is another scholar by the name of Derek Lambert. He has a podcast called Myth Vision on YouTube. I've been listening to him for a while. He actually went to seminary though. And it's amazing the things that you learn in seminary. Well, I say that because I know some other people that went to seminary and then they come back and they say, yo, there's no way that the preachers don't know the truth. And I found that hard to believe. I'm like, know the truth? Why would they know the truth and still get up there and preach? And my aunt had to explain this to me because she wanted me to be a preacher. And I said, how can I preach if I don't believe what is in the Bible? Like I I take it with a grain of salt, and I will not throw out the baby with the bathwater. But how can I seriously get up there and represent something that I know is faulty? And she said, what you can do is your job. And your job is to teach based off of this. And I said, wow. That does make sense. She said, the people are coming for what's in here. You know what's in here, so you give it to them. It sounds good. I can't be a hypocrite. According to this, I am a sinner, and according to myself, I will always be a sinner. So I declined. However, I think my calling is something else. Let's see, where do I want to start? I think we're going to start with Derek Lambert this morning. We're going to start with Myth Vision. Then we'll go to Jordan. We'll obviously go to my notes that I have, because I learned some things from Derek that I do think you might want to hear if you're still around. I'm not begging anybody to stay.
Look, I watch your show, Stephen. That's why I take this a little bit personal and have enjoyed many of your podcasts. So, buckle up. This is going to be a long one. Let's get into it.
Jesus' day was the emperor. His name was Tiberius.
All right. I watched this other guy. I don't know who's, I forgot his name, but obviously his name is Steven. I watch his show too whenever he does something that I do enjoy. But in this particular case, he had Wes Huff up there, so you know I was going to. Actually, I tried to check it out. I don't like Wes Huff. Wes Huff gets on my nerves for reasons that Derek will point out. Wes Huff is a liar. And it pisses me off, and I just shut him off. Now I'm going to show you, not only is Derek, am I going to show you, but Derek is going to show you why he's a liar too. And it pisses me off because people are listening to this guy all because he wants to keep a lie going. And it's crazy. Tiberius was the Roman emperor 14 AD to 37 AD, and Jesus is believed to have been crucified around 30 to 33 AD by the Roman governor Pontius Pilate under Tiberius' reign. All right.
Tiberius has 4 biographical accounts that are written about him: Velleius Paterculus, Cassio Dio, Suetonius, and Tacitus. Mm-hmm. So this is the 4 guys, okay? And what's interesting in sort of a comparative analysis of Jesus and those people is that they're all writing around the same time period. So the biographies are coming from the 1st century for Jesus. They're coming in this time period where you have an early eyewitness testimony. For the emperor, for the most well-known person in the ancient world, all of the sources except for...
He does this with a straight face. I promise you I don't like this guy. I want to use a harder word, but that would not be Christian-like. I just don't like this guy.
Velleius Paterculus are coming from the 2nd century. Mm-hmm. Velleius Paterculus is coming from the 1st century. He's very close to the source, but he's a paid propagandist. So even though he's the earliest, he's the least reliable. And for the Gospels, that comes around to the 4th century.
Okay, let's start here because this is one of Wes's signature arguments, and the substance of it is a mess from start to finish. Wes is referencing the 4 major biographical sources for the emperor Tiberius: Velleius Paterculus, Cassius Dio, Suetonius, and Tacitus. And he's using them to argue that Jesus has comparable or even better source material than the Roman emperor. This sounds
Stop right here. Before I even go any further, this is my biggest problem with not just Christians, but Muslims and Jews as well. A lot of times they don't study the external history outside of their religious knowledge base to compare the validity of what was going on. Obviously, because they have faith, they believe that this was going on. But I say, yo, know what you into, know what you getting into, know what it is you're a part of. Test it out. Put it through the fire. See if it's going to burn. Oh, it's going to burn. It's going to burn like that Chinese rice paper is going to burn. You know how fast that Chinese rice paper is going to burn when you really finally get down to it. Uncle Andy was good with you. Uncle Andy is in the building. Okay, Andy, we waiting for Winter. This show is for her. She asked me to do the show over. I'm doing it for her. When you finally realize and just do a little bit of research and find out not only was the Old Testament plagiarized, but you've been lied to about the New Testament, and they don't have any originals of the New Testament books. But it gets deeper than that. Keep on watching Derek. Derek gonna teach you something because he went to school for this.
was impressive to a general audience, but when you actually look at the details, this comparison collapses completely. Let me break down the substance. West claims that Tiberius only has 4 biographical sources, and that, quote, all of the sources except Velleius Paterculus are coming from the 2nd century, implying that Jesus has comparable or better source material. And this is wildly misleading. Tiberius was the emperor of Rome. His reign was documented in official state records, including the Acta Senatus, the minutes of the Roman Senate, and the Acta Diurna, a kind of daily gazette. Beyond the 4 main biographical sources, Tiberius is referenced in dozens of other ancient authors, including Strabo, Philo of Alexandria, Josephus, Pliny the Elder, Seneca, and many others. We have coins minted during his reign, inscriptions bearing his name, monumental architecture, military records. Look, the evidentiary base for Tiberius is massive and varied. Now, compare that to Jesus. We have no coins, no inscriptions, no architectural monuments, no contemporary references from anyone who met him. Literally 0.
That point right there, I think it should mean something to it. Don't. Trust me, I've spoken to many Christians. They don't care that nobody outside of the so-called Bible documented this guy named Jesus. They don't care. And it is not, I'm going to be honest with you, it's just not my job to make them a believer of no Jesus. That's not my job. I'm not going around as the anti-Jesus. I am pro-truth. That's all I do. Right? So I give it to you, but I'm not like out here with anti-Jesus stickers or nothing like that. It's not my deal. Okay, she's here, y'all. She's here. Winter, this show is for you. We've been waiting for you. Winter's in the building, everybody. And as I said, she asked me to do the show, and I'm doing it over for her, and I'm giving her some extra stuff. So, you're not that late. Santiago's in the building. Oh, Santiago is in the building. Sometimes I can't see. Salute, Santiago. Santiago's in the building.
Paul, our earliest source, never met the earthly Jesus by his own admission.
We know that Paul never met Jesus. We know that. But strap in, Christians. It gets deeper. We mention Paul because Paul has a lot to say, and a lot of Christians believe like they go off the word of Paul. I remember when I wanted to grow braids growing up. And my mother was like, well, what does the Bible say? She says, what did Paul say about long? Dead ass serious. She was like, what does Paul say about men with long hair? I'm like, Paul? Oh yeah, talk about Paul. This is crazy. Uh-oh. All right. Well, first, what we do, Winter, we definitely do a 4-breath count. You're going to sit in your chair, back straight, knees shoulder length, palms on your knees, and you will breathe in. You will do this 4 seconds each. You will inhale for 4 seconds. You will hold it for 4 seconds. You will release it for 4 seconds. And you will do that 4 times. What is today's date? Okay. I think, first of all, Mercury is still in retrograde. Right? So during these times, it is going to get frustrating. You just have to know. Now, if everything I was talking about was poppycock, when I start talking about Mercury's in retrograde and all that, then I don't think that the ancients would have even put that much work in the celestials and the astrology. Let's just say that. I don't think they would have put that much work into that astrology, the zodiacs. So I don't think that it's all nonsense, and it makes scientific sense when you really start to understand the electromagnetic energy, the orbiting of the planets, the rotation of the planets, and the fact that the planet Earth is doing a wobble at the same time. There's going to be different energy at different places. So it all starts to make sense. But that's for a whole nother show. We didn't get there yet. Today is for you. I just mentioned that because you mentioned that you're going through some negative energy. You want to release that energy. Energy is cyclical. You understand? Do not bind that in. How long it takes to come back around, we don't know. So, only thing I could tell you is while it's good, prepare for, you understand? Prepare for the drought and good times. Prepare for war and good times, always. I didn't say expect it, I say prepare for it. Let's get back to this.
He claims a visionary experience. And the Gospels? Here's where it gets really, really important. Pay attention. And where Wes is either deeply confused or deliberately misleading his audience. The Gospels are not 4 independent accounts. This is absolutely critical. I've heard it so many times. The overwhelming scholarly consensus taught in every major seminary and research university is that Matthew and Luke both use the Gospel of Mark as a source. This is called the two-source hypothesis.
Now, that's what listen to what he's saying. And he's saying this from a scholarly perspective. I am not a theologian. I did not go to school for theology. I've thought about it many a times. I have not gone there yet. Who knows? Maybe in the future. I'm pretty sure I will learn faster, right? Because they have the organized education there, so they're gonna have it in segments, and I'm gonna learn probably faster than maybe what I'm doing right now. But what he's saying is that if these two books was based off of one book, you're gonna hear me later speak about a family who I believe created the whole New Testament because they were writers, right? So it was inspired by this family. I think even starting maybe probably with the grandfather. Then the son worked on it, and then the grandchildren worked on it. So you had prototypes of the New Testament, and then somebody else just started to rebuild on that. But we'll get to all of that stuff later. Shout out to Pretty Divine is in the building. Grand Rising. Yeah. Shout out to Kush and all the Kushites. You understand? I went out there to San Francisco. Went out to the Bay. Met all the Kushites. They came out to see your boy. Yeah. Let's keep this story going. We're going to go over a lot today. I'm glad I'm in the studio and we could break things down today. We could stop. But I try not to interrupt too much
Also known as the Oxford hypothesis, which holds that Matthew and Luke independently used Mark plus a saying source called Q. But this
is what they teach you in the seminary. So he said Matthew and Mark. I want to hear that again. But what do you call that? The Oxford hypothesis? Write that down, Uncle Andy. The Oxford hypothesis.
We have no coins, no inscriptions, no architectural monuments, no contemporary references from anyone who met him. Literally zero. Paul, our earliest source, never met the earthly Jesus by his own admission. He claims a visionary experience. And the Gospels? Here's where it gets really, really important. Pay attention. And where Wes is either deeply confused or deliberately misleading his audience. The Gospels are not 4 independent accounts. This is absolutely critical. I've heard it so many times. The overwhelming scholarly consensus taught in every major seminary and research university is that Matthew and Luke both use the Gospel of Mark as a source. This is called the two-source hypothesis, also known as the Oxford hypothesis, which holds that Matthew and Luke independently used Mark plus a saying source called Q. But this is not the only model. Dr. Mark Goodacre of Duke University, whom I've interviewed multiple times on my channel, is a leading proponent of the Farrer hypothesis, also known as Farrer-Goodacre hypothesis. This model argues that Luke used both Mark and Matthew directly, eliminating the need for Q entirely. Under this model, you have even fewer independent sources. Mark is the foundation, Matthew reworks Mark, and Luke reworks both Mark and Matthew. Goodacre lays this out brilliantly in his book, The Case Against Q, published by Trinity Press International in 2002. And here's what Wes really does not want you, the viewers, to know. Even the Gospel of John, then we do not have 4 independent biographies of Jesus at all. We have one source, Mark, and 3 subsequent reworkings of that source. So the comparison to Tiberius actually backfires spectacularly. Tiberius has vastly more and more varied evidence from genuinely independent sources. Jesus has one core source and its literary descendants. Wes is comparing apples to asteroids and hoping nobody notices.
Yeah. So at minimum, I think like 99% of historians, biblical scholars, classicists would argue that the 27 books of the New Testament are written in the first century.
All right. That's where he always pisses me off. That every time a scholar says that, but it really be Wes Huff that pushes this so hard. And I've seen him on multiple podcasts, and he pushes this, he tries to indoctrinate people, and it's not true. When you do your own research, you'll find out. But don't worry, I'll go over this later because I got my own notes and everything. But Derek does a great job. Before we even get to what I wrote down, all you have to do, and let me tell you how you could do this for yourself. He's telling you it was written in the first century, the New Testament. This is why it's important for you. This is way bigger than me getting up here saying, yo, there was no Jesus, and then walking off like George Jefferson. You think that's what I do when I say, yo, there was no Jesus? I'm not a barbershop talker. It's not. I hate barbershop talk. I go and study the people during that time period. Then I say, okay, did they mention anything about a Jesus? If no one mentions anything about a Jesus, obviously I would find this very peculiar and suspect. All you have to do is study logically and reasonably the time period that they're saying these things were written. So without even going, whatever Derek is about to say, which I'm sure he's going to disagree with, I'm like, Wes Huff, why are you lying? Here we go. Let me just bring this back a little.
Minimum, I think like 99% of historians, biblical scholars, classicists would argue that the 27 books of the New Testament are written in the first century.
This is flat out false.
false.
Dan McClellan, an actual biblical scholar with a PhD who works as a translation supervisor, has already called this out in a video. Go check it out. Let me explain in detail why this claim is so egregiously wrong. Of the 27 books in the New Testament, several are widely dated by mainstream scholars to the 2nd century, or have uncertain datings that span into the 2nd century. 2 Peter is almost universally dated to the 2nd century. Even relatively conservative scholars place it no earlier than like 80 or 90 of the Common Era. And most critical scholars date it between 100 and 150 of the Common Era. It's widely considered the latest written book in the New Testament canon. The pastoral epistles, 1 Timothy, 2 Timothy, and Titus, are considered pseudepigraphical, meaning falsely attributed to Paul, by the overwhelming majority of critical scholars. They reflect church organizational structures, including the office of bishop that developed in the late 1st to early 2nd century. Many scholars date them between 90 and 130 CE. And then there are the cases for even bigger texts being 2nd century. Dr. Richard Pervo of Harvard argued in his major scholarly monograph dating Acts between the Evangelist and the Apologist, published by Polybridge Press in 2006, that Acts was written around 150 of the Common Era. He demonstrated that the author of Acts was familiar with the later writings of Josephus, composed around 100 CE, and that the theological perspectives of Acts had much more in common with Polycarp.
If you don't know, I'm skeptical that there even was a Josephus at this time. It doesn't matter if there was Josephus. Say there was a Josephus. Doesn't matter. He's a traitor. Why should I take his words? He was supposed to be an assassin for the Hebrews, for the alleged Hebrews. Right? He's supposed to be an assassin. And then they killed his his squad, his battalion. The Romans left him alive, and then they gave him a life of luxury. Made him famous, a historian. What? Bro, you supposed to die for the cause. You made a deal with the Romans to write history, Jewish history, from the lens of the Roman Empire. Are you kidding me? I don't know if I could trust anything you say, if you ever existed in the first place. It had to be Roby. I wasn't even going to bring that up. Bro, I wasn't even going to bring that up. I knew somebody in the back of my head. I was like, yo, am I the only one? I'm writing it down and I'm like, Richard Pervo. And I said to myself, what a name. And I remember looking at his picture like, bro, you do look like a perv. This is the worst name for you. And you got the nerve to be talking about dating anything? This is a bad look, my boy. You gotta go get a toupee, my brother. Go get a toupee and go get a street name or something like that. Just how the people call you P. You mean P with the toupee? Yeah. I heard he's in the church now. Yeah. That's crazy, Pervo. Yikes.
Writing around 125 to 130 CE. Let's not forget to mention Steve Mason, who's the OG who presented this idea, showing the literary dependence of Acts upon Josephus. I have a documentary coming that is going to be around 3 hours long, and it's exhaustive, written by Steve Mason himself, showing all of the data, all of the evidence.
I will be watching that, Derek. Don't worry about how long it is. Pause. That sounds crazy. Don't worry about the length of the video. I will be watching the video.
Stay tuned. He knows his stuff, and he deals with almost every argument the apologist makes on why Luke Acts borrowed from Josephus, which puts it later in date. Dr. Joseph Tyson of Southern Methodist University went even further than Pervo. In his book, Marcion and Luke Acts, A Defining Struggle, published by University of South Carolina Press.
I'm not going to lie to you. When I say this, now you're going to be like, all right, Solid, now you wildin'. I don't know if Marcion existed either. There's no real proof that Marcion even existed. Dead ass serious. I looked up Marcion. There's not a lot of proof that he even existed.
Which puts it later in date. Dr. Joseph Tyson of Southern Methodist University went even further than Pervo. In his book, Marcion and Luke.
Joseph Tyson. I'm going to check it out, Joe. I'll check it out. Joseph Tyson. Marcion and Luke Acts.
Luke Acts, A Defining Struggle, published by University of South Carolina Press in 2006. Tyson argued that both Acts and the final canonical form of Luke were published around 120 to 125 CE.
Now, whoever's watching right now, I know this may be kind of boring to you, but here's the thing you need to understand. What I'm trying to get you to understand by going all over this knowledge that's not as exciting about the Jordan Maxwell stuff we're about to get into is the dates are off. So when you have a scholar telling you the New Testament was written in the 1st century, I don't believe that to be true from the historical evidence that I've come across, and I'm not even half educated as these guys that I'm listening to. Like, I know that. I'm not like Fredo. I'm not like dumb. I'm smart and I want respect. I'm not like Fredo. I know what's going on. I do okay, but I'm still learning. But what my point is, I learned enough to know that this guy's not telling the truth when he tells you that the New Testament was written in the 1st century. It cannot have been. It wasn't. Right? Now, what does that mean? Well, it does affect a lot because our entire historical education and reality is based off of a time period that they used to teach us before the death of Christ and after the death of Christ. Right? They just started this whole common era nonsense. When we went to school, they said BC. And you say, what was BC? And they said before Christ. And you say, what is AD? You say after the death of Christ. And that's what we're familiar with. Now they have BC, before Common Era, and CE, Common Era, right? They want to switch it up. Why? Because the story about Christ is thinning out. I can't do it. Not off sentimental value. I would love to, but I can't do it. The charade is over. The shenanigans are up. And people are systematically taking this whole Christianity thing apart. But here's the good news. Don't worry. Whatever you could still walk away with. Let me tell you like this before we even get to the end of this. Whatever you was given to Jesus, give to yourself. That sounds blasphemous for you? Whatever you was given to Jesus, give to yourself. I give all the glory to Jesus. Just stop. Give all the glory to you. Give all the glory to you. Give all the glory to you. I'm dead ass serious. Give all the glory to you. You have the power right now to turn your life upside down. But I'm going to tell you something. It's way easier to turn that bitch upside down than turn it right back side up. Oh, it's so easy. It's way easier to turn it upside down than to turn it right back side up. But Jesus is not going to help you turn it right side back up. The story of a mythical Jesus may inspire you. That's different from some actual Jesus helping you turn it right side. No. He's not going to work for you. He's not lending you a couple of bucks. None of that. He will help you keep a good spirit up. Hey, keep your head up, champ. I could do that. Your worst enemy could do that. Don't be fooled. Let us move on.
A literary response to the challenge of Marcion. The Acts of the Apostles is not history. Acts was long thought to be a first-century document, and its author Luke to be a disciple of Paul. But the Acts Seminar, a decade-long collaborative project by scholars affiliated with the Westar Institute, concluded that Acts dates from the 2nd century.
I believe that.
And what about John's Gospel? West says the debate is whether it was written before or after 70 CE. That is absurd. The actual scholarly debate for John ranges from the 90 CE to well into the 2nd century.
Well, don't worry, Winter. We just getting started, Winter. Winter, this is my day off. I ain't got nothing to do. I got time today, cuz. I have time today, cuz. You understand? You asked for it, I'm going to give it to you. 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 I'm going to leave the video up. I might maybe make it members only, but you a member, so you don't got to worry about that.
And West never even mentions 2 Peter as the latest dated book. Why? Because it does not fit his narrative. By the way, that 2 Peter text in chapter 1, there is a quote claiming to be an eyewitness saying they're Peter, and it's a forgery. They're falsely attributing eyewitness testimony in the canon of Scripture. According to the consensus of scholars, this was not Peter. Wes, will you tell the world the truth about this? Or are you going to double down and pretend the forged letter in the name of Peter is really Peter? So when Wes throws out 99% of scholars, he's either ignorant of the actual state of the scholarship, or he is deliberately misrepresenting it. Either way, it is disqualifying for someone claiming to be an expert on the historical reliability of the Bible.
The actual time frame of Jesus and answering questions like, is what we have now what the original authors wrote back then? So I think there's a historical question to it. And I, in my own personal investigation, genuinely think that the evidence, the publicly available evidence, gets us back to not only the time frame of Jesus, but to early eyewitness testimony that proclaims that this first century Jewish itinerant rabbi who was walking the dusty streets of first century made these claims, and then there is sufficient evidence to say that.
This is an extraordinary claim that would be laughed out of any critical seminar. Let me be very precise about what critical scholarship actually says about eyewitness claims in the gospel. First, the Gospels are anonymous. None of them internally name their authors.
This was wild for me to find out. I want you to listen to what he says. And again, I'm referring to Derek Lambert because he went to school for this. I can call him still a theologian because he's a scholar, even though he doesn't believe in Christianity. He's still a scholar, and I'm still going to say a theologian because he went and got a degree on this topic. So I learn a lot from these scholars who are now YouTubers, and I go research what I learned from them, right? I had never heard of Codex Vaticanus before, and all these codexes, and I'm like, what is that? Had never heard of P. Had never heard of Q. I've never heard of none of these things before the internet, for sure, and YouTube. But I just don't take what they say. I go back and then I have to do like I'm doing right now. I write down anything I never heard of. Then I go back and research it. And in researching it, I'm like, wait a minute. So there was no original Mark? I said there had to be an original. No, there was no original. There's copies of copies of what was said. I said, nah, this is crazy. This is crazy. Now what he's about to break down is even crazy. If I thought that was crazy, the fact that the Gospels are anonymous, it gets stupid. It gets stupid, but it also gives me more confidence in my theory, and we'll get to my theory later on. But as these scholars, and he's not the only scholar that I hear this from, I'm like, wait, this can't be true, man. This is not what they teach in church.
Let me be very precise about what critical scholarship actually says about eyewitness claims in the gospel. First, the Gospels are anonymous. None of them internally name their authors. The names Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were assigned later by church tradition. And
did you hear what he just said? Did you hear what he just said? So as we are going around and saying, yo, this was written by Matthew, this was written by John, they knew the whole time that the church was like, you know what? Let's assign this to John. Sounds like something that John would say. What? What are you talking about? Your pastor was never going to tell you that. This is why it's important. I think we got to stop going to church for gifts. You understand? You going to church because shit ain't working out in your life. You don't need to, I don't think you need to go to church for that. You understand? You going to church because you can't find a job. Oh, let me tell you something. I tested the whole time. Whole time I was going through something. 3 years. Never once. I said, maybe I should start believing in God, this God again. No, I believe in a God. It's just not your God. Maybe I should start believing in Jesus again. Nope. That doesn't make fucking sense. I don't have a job because Jesus. I'm not going to get a job because of Jesus. And I didn't. I was down, and now I'm not down. I wasn't saying Jesus was doing it before. I ain't going to say Jesus is doing it now. Nor Allah. And definitely not Yahweh. I'm going to tell you this, though. It ain't hard to figure out. You have free will. You make the wrong decision, it will affect your life. You are tied to somebody who makes the wrong decision, it will affect your life. Then there's all type of external things, right? So it doesn't have to be the devil that gives you cancer. It could have been a man spraying fucking pesticides on your food. Hello. Why did it have to be the devil? It could have been bullshit and inoculations that could have triggered something. Hello. Why did it have to be the devil? Why you think it's the devil? By devil, if you mean the people that license that thing that they told to put in you, knowing that it had side effects, but they didn't care because there was a certain amount of deaths that they allowed to happen. You got to start making sense. And it's hard when you went your whole life through structured religion. Some people can only do it through that repetition of going to the place every weekend and keeping the structure. I still have my repetitious ways because they help me, but it's not in the form of that dogmatic religion. I had to create my own repetitions to help me, and they do help.
This is not a controversial statement. Virtually every critical scholar in the field acknowledges this. The gospel manuscripts we possess do not bear authorial names until later copies added titles. Even Papias, around 130 of the Common Era, is the earliest person to attempt to name gospel authors, and his testimony has been questioned by scholars for centuries. In my view, it's apparent that the traditional authorship of the Gospels in the 2nd century may have developed simply from one man.
He says simply from one man. That's what I kind of think. Shout out to Mandingo, man. We got in the building. There's a Frank down there. I think that says Frank Me. Shout out Frank Me.
He says, we all fear the mythical eternal damnation. We all suffer from that idea.
You know, that was the first thing that set me free. When I got rid of heaven and I got rid of hell. When I stopped believing in hell, I was a different person on earth. Because I realized I was only scared of dying because I thought I was going to go to hell. When I didn't believe in hell no more, the fear went away of dying. Whenever that day is, I don't believe I'm going to any hell. But we'll get to all of that. And in this same interview that he's watching, Wes Huff and the guy Steven asked him, yo, am I going to hell? Wes Huff is like, yeah, if you're not a Christian, bro, you going to hell. He's like, even if I'm a good person? Yeah. Why are you listening to Wes Huff? If I had to bet my 401k on whether Wes Huff is a closet homosexual, I'm definitely betting, yo, put up the 401k. Let the dice fall where they fall. In the case of Wes Huff, he is a closet homosexual. I knew it. See, I knew it. Pay up, pay up, pay up, pay up. Why are you listening to Wes Huff on whether you going to heaven or hell or not, bro? Now, I didn't make that comment to offend homosexuals. That's not why I made that comment. I made that comment because the last time I checked, I don't think y'all supposed to be doing all that as a Christian. Y'all can do all of that in the free world as Democrats. Do what you will. You understand? Democrats paying big money, DEI, and all this other crazy stuff. Have at it. Have at it. But I don't know. In the church I was brought up in, they got these new churches today. You do what you like. I see guys and girls dancing. You can just do what you want in the new churches. I don't know what's going on. I ride by churches, they got gay flags outside. When did this happen? Isn't there a story in the Bible where God was like, fire for that? Fire for that. Huh? Burnt down a whole city because the men couldn't control. They want to take man body. God had to burn a whole leap of them. Blood clot. Come on to the blood clot. Fire for that. Lot and his bitch ass try to give up his 2 daughters. Yo, just take my daughters. Nobody wants your daughters, bro. They came for the man cheeks, the glutes. So your own BS God, because I don't rock with Yahweh. He's a fraudster. But even Yahweh had principles like, I'm a killer, but I ain't with none of this body boy business. Yahweh wasn't with it, bro. He wasn't with it. So that's why I say, as Christians, I think, I'm not judging you. It's not me. I don't care what you do. I just don't think, if there was a heaven, I don't think you was going to be allowed up there, bro. I'm just keeping it 1,000 with you. Keep it 1,000 with you. I don't think heaven was designed for all this type of crazy business. God forbid heaven is created. It's too much. It's too much. Anyway, thank God I don't believe in heaven. Jesus Christ. Let us continue on.
Papias and spread outward from there. And Papias himself is deeply problematic as a source. Eusebius, the church historian who preserves Papias's fragments, has a very, very low opinion of his intelligence. Papias reports fantastical tales that the daughters of Philip told him wondrous stories, that a person was raised from the dead in his own time, that Justice Barsabbas drank poison.
Listen to what he's saying, right? I'm playing this for a reason because I want you to hear. He's about to say something very informative from a scholar's point of view to us as novice scholars, right? We're independent scholars, but these guys, they learned from like organized schools and stuff.
But God kept him from harm. And he records a version of Judas's death completely unlike anything in the canonical Gospels. This is who we are relying on for the traditional gospel authorship claims. Second, the Gospel of John and the beloved disciple fabrication. This is where the new scholarship of Dr. Hugo Mendez of the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill is absolutely devastating. In his 2025 Oxford University Press book, The Gospel of John, A New History, Mendez argues that the disciple whom Jesus loved was an invented literary character, not a real person. Let me explain why this matters so much. Mendez demonstrates that the Gospel of John never identifies this disciple. The traditional claim is that John, the son of Zebedee, is, as he puts it, hardly clear or inescapable. The Gospel never attributes a single distinctive trait of the synoptic John to this disciple. It never says the beloved disciple is from Galilee. He is never described as a fisherman. We are never told he has a brother. He is never called the son of Zebedee or a son of thunder. As Dr. D. Moody Smith observes, exactly those episodes in which John, the son of Zebedee, is present in Mark are absent from the Gospel of John. Is it impossible?
You know why? Because when we get to my hypothesis, there was a family, and this is just not I don't stand alone in my hypothesis. There was another family, called the Peso family, that started this conversation, this New Testament, these stories, as a psychological psyop to get people under control. But it took time, right? So they had a rough draft. Then they based some other books off the rough draft.
To explain how an eyewitness record by John would lack every single episode featuring John, including the Transfiguration? The text systematically defeats any attempt to identify who that witness was. Since the literary turn in Johannine studies, scholars have increasingly recognized that this disciple is an idealized literary figure. But Mendez goes further. He argues this was a deliberate strategy of disguised authorship. The real author invented a shadowy, unidentifiable eyewitness to authenticate his gospel. This is not an unusual practice in the ancient world. It was standard literary convention in Greco-Roman biography. Third, the fabrication of the Johannine epistles. In his companion volume, The Epistle of John, Origins, Authorship, Purpose, also published by Oxford University Press, Mendez demonstrates that 1st, 2nd, and 3rd John are falsely authored works. They were not written by the author of the gospel, but they were deliberately crafted to look as if they were. He calls these invented letters in the same literary tradition as the invented eyewitness of the gospel. This is not marginal scholarship. This is published by Oxford University Press, the most prestigious academic press in the world, according to many academics. And it directly undermines the apologetic claim that we have eyewitness testimony behind the Gospels. Fourth, even if eyewitnesses existed, they are unreliable for miracle claims. I've done several documentaries demonstrating the brilliant Greco-Roman parallels to eyewitness testimony. Eyewitnesses in the ancient world routinely attested to miraculous events that never happened. Tacitus reports that
Tacitus. Remember that name. Tacitus. But when he told me this shit blew my mind. I do have Tacitus in my notes. I had to go check. Did I write anything about Tacitus? But I had to wait till I got home. Got home, first thing I did, ran upstairs and checked. Anything in there? He's definitely in there. I looked at the dates, right? I was like, oh, okay. But what he just told me blew my fucking mind. What he's about to tell me anyway. Watch this. Listen up close.
testimony. Eyewitnesses in the ancient world routinely attested to miraculous events that never happened. Tacitus reports that eyewitnesses claimed Vespasian performed healing miracles. Named witnesses...
Vespasian. Remember that name. So what I want you to do is remember Tacitus claims that Vespasian did healing miracles. Tacitus said that Vespasian did healing miracles. This is very important for my hypothesis.
To miraculous events that never happened. Tacitus reports that eyewitnesses claimed Vespasian performed healing miracles. Named witnesses testified that they saw Augustus ascending to heaven. Cassius Dio records that a senator named Numerius Atticus was paid 1,000,000 sesterces for swearing he saw Augustus ascending to heaven.
All of these stories and no Jesus yet? It's crazy work. So clearly this was a story brewing. And everything in their imagination, they finally put into one literary book of work. And they force everyone to acknowledge it. And that's the simplified version, obviously. And by force, I do mean by death. Let's keep listening to Derek, though. He makes perfect sense.
After Hadrian's death, the previously dead reportedly appeared to embrace their relatives. Similar to the zombie apocalypse in Matthew, the dead all appeared to their relatives and communed with them, hugged them.
This is crazy.
That's all after Hadrian's death. Come on.
Hadrian's death.
Does Wes accept these eyewitness accounts?
He would never.
Of course not. So why should the same category of evidence be treated differently for Jesus? Eyewitnesses were highly malleable literary devices in Greco-Roman literature. Misrepresenting witnesses, inventing them whole cloth, falsely claiming to be an eyewitness to some miraculous event, being eyewitnesses to events which never happened.
All right, stop right there, Derek. Stop right there. Now, let me go over here to my little slides. You understand? My little slides I got going on and all that. So, like I said, I had created, let me I think I did this in September. So I didn't even change anything. I just came home and I wanted to look at the dates, because once he told me that Tacitus said that Vespasian was out here doing healings, I said, okay, what year was that? Let me look at my notes and see what's happening. It says background, growing unrest in Judea. When was that? 66 Common Era. Alright, so it don't sound like Jesus was around yet. Because that's not when Vespasian was born. That's when he was sent to Judea by Nero because of the growing unrest in the area. So that's 66. So we pretty much, using our logic and our reason at this point, understand, all right, Jesus ain't even written about, he ain't even thought about, he ain't even a thought yet. For decades, Judea had been simmering under Roman taxation, corrupt governors, and religious disrespect. Roman procurator Gcesius Florus seized the temple funds in Jerusalem, sparking riots. Jewish rebels expelled the Roman garrison, igniting the first Jewish revolt. So at this point, Jesus is not even a thought. Nero needed a trusted general to crush the uprising. He appointed Titus Flavius Vespasian, a seasoned commander who had served in Britain and Germany. Vespasian was given legions from Syria and Egypt with his son Titus alongside him. Vespasian begins reconquest in 67. Vespasian begins reconquest in Galilee, systematically crushing resistance. The Jewish commander Josephus is captured, allegedly, at Jotapata and defects, later writing pro-Roman histories. 68 CE. Vespasian pushes into Judea, but pauses when the news arrives that Nero has committed suicide and civil war breaks out in Rome. 69. The year of the four emperors. Vespasian is proclaimed emperor by his troops. He leaves Judea in the hands of his son Titus and returns to Rome. Then I go into the Piso family that I was telling you about before. Should I go into that right now? I mean, I'll go into a little bit of it right now. Not that I'm making a point, but I will read to you who these people were, and then we'll get back to either Derek or we'll go into Jordan Maxwell at that point. Lucius Calpurnius Piso, 27 CE after, so he was consul 27 CE after 41 CE. Definitely, I don't know why I wrote that. Time period: early 1st century CE, spanning the reigns of Tiberius and Caligula. Arts and literature: known as literary patron, part of the cultured aristocratic circles that valued poetry, rhetoric, and history. This is very important. These will be your writers. Politics: served as consul and later governor of Moesia. His steady career reflected the Piso family's deep integration into Rome's governing elite. All right? So not only is he an aristocrat, but he is an artist. Legacy: though less dramatic than his descendant Gaius, his political standing reinforced the Piso name as synonymous with aristocratic dignity and cultural refinement. Okay, Gaius Calpurnius Piso, a wealthy Roman senator, central figure of the Pisonian conspiracy against Nero in 65. Art and literature: Piso was a patron of poets and philosophers. He surrounded himself with intellectuals and philosophers. His household was considered a hub of artistic culture. He was an aristocrat with broad support among the Senate and the equestrian class and even parts of the Praetorian Guard. His reputation for moderation made him the choice to replace Nero in the conspiracy. When the conspiracy was exposed, Nero ordered Piso to commit suicide. His death symbolized the clash between Rome's old aristocracy and Nero's autocrat. I don't know how to say that word, but I know what it means. But I'm going to mess it up. Autocracy? I think I said it right. Autocracy. Sounds wrong. Lucius Calpurnius Piso, and I don't know how to pronounce that. 38 to 69 CE. Who he was. Adopted into the Piso line, he became central figure in the chaos after Nero's death. Time period mid-1st century. Active during the year of the 4 emperors. Arts and literature. Like others in his family, Piso Lucianus was well educated in rhetoric and Roman literature and considered part of the refined senatorial tradition. Politics. Chosen as heir by Emperor Galba in 69 because his noble birth and reputation for moderation. And executed by Otho when Galba was assassinated that same year. Short-lived prominence showed how the Piso name carried through weight to stabilize imperial legitimacy. It says, why do I mention them? They were politically royalty with potential to have been affiliated with Titus. They were talented writers, and could they have been part of a conspiracy or plot to trick Jews into thinking Jesus was a Messiah to get them to become more docile and submit to Caesar? Who could help Rome understand Jewish culture, law, and prophecies? In 67, the Jewish commander Josephus is captured at Jotapata and defects, later writing pro-Roman histories. I have some Hebrew down here. It says, well, I'm not going to try to read that Hebrew. But word in question is the Alma. What does Alma mean? Literal sense, young woman of marriageable age. Important, it does not specifically mean virgin. All right. Hebrew has another word for virgin, Betula. If Isaiah wanted to emphasize virginity, Betula would be the expected term. Okay. The original Hebrew. So in Isaiah's original Hebrew, it says, behold, the young woman is pregnant and shall bear a son and shall call his name Emmanuel. The Greek translation. When Hebrew scriptures were translated into Greek, Alma was rendered as Parthenos. Parthenos normally means virgin, but can also mean young maiden. By the time of early Christianity, Greek speakers mostly took Parthenos as virgin. Okay. We're talking about the Septuagint there. Okay. And I think the main thing to remember there is not so much the emphasis on the virgin part, but that there was mistakes made during the translation from the Greek to the Septuagint, which is the Hebrew to the Greek. Hebrew to Greek. The Greek is the translation. The Septuagint is the Greek translation. The Septuagint is the Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible. The prophecy was assigned to King Ahaz during the Syro-Ephraimite crisis, likely referred to a woman as Ahaz. I don't know if I want to read all of this right now. The birth of a Roman Messiah. After years of a rebellion, the most dangerous opponents Rome faced in Judea were not just common rebels, but the Sicarii. The Sicarii, they was like ninjas, Hebrew ninjas, dagger-wielding zealots who would rather die than submit to Caesar. Well, that's my first problem. Josephus was supposed to be the head of this group. So how does it look if he doesn't die in battle? It just looks crazy. So that's where some of my skepticism comes, that Josephus is even a real person at all. Because if in fact he did have a battalion, he was supposed to die with them. Their ferocity climaxed at Masada, where they chose collective suicide over Roman rule. For a general like Titus, who leveled Jerusalem and destroyed the temple in 70 CE, brute force alone could never truly win the Jewish spirit. A psychological weapon was needed. This is where we must look at Titus' circles. Rome's literary and aristocrat elite, families like the Pisos, who were known for their command of literature, philosophy, and political propaganda. The Piso family moved in the same orbit as Tacitus, Seneca, and other Roman thinkers who saw ideas as weapons. Now, Derek Lambert mentioned Tacitus earlier, and how Tacitus was out here saying that Vespasian was out here doing healings, and there was all type of accounts of people rising from the dead and all of this. Who's to say they didn't write a story and change the names, but put themselves in this story, all while using it as a psychological weapon against the zealot Hebrews in the area where they was trying to take over. Let's not act like they were zealots for no reason. They were zealous because you was trying to take over their land. And you did. But it's kind of like the United States acting like Iran is just bugging for no reason and like, yo, they always chanting death to America. How could you side with them? Bro, when are you going to tell the part when you tried to overthrow their government out of nowhere? So, we got to make sense with this. The Piso family moved in the same orbit as Tacitus, Seneca, and other Roman thinkers who saw ideas as weapons. They understood that to break a people, you don't only destroy their walls, you rewrite their story. Same thing that they do today. Same thing that they do today. So what better way to tame the unconquerable Jewish zeal than to create a new story, a mythic savior who preaches peace, obedience, and turning the other cheek. It's crazy. They say that Jesus was a Jew, and now today's Jews don't even acknowledge this guy. Shouldn't that tell Christians something? They say that Jesus was a Jew, and today's Jews don't even acknowledge Jesus at all. Anyway. A child born of a virgin, a divine miracle that could rival Jewish prophecy, yet whose message was to submit to earthly rulers, render unto Caesar, instead of another Sicarii with a dagger. The Bible is full of shit because it definitely condones slavery. Don't get my tone mistaken. I still read the Bible, and when I want to read some positive things, I can always float through Proverbs and Psalms and There's a lot of good stories too. But it doesn't, you don't have to look that far to find out this is man manufactured. This is not inspired by the divine God of any sort, because it definitely condones slavery in the subtlest of ways. By you even telling me to slaves be humble before your masters, or whatever nonsense that you wrote down that instructions that I should be. And I think that came from Jesus. Type of shit is you on? So Jesus was out here condoning slavery? You didn't say, yo, these are my people. Let my people go. He wasn't. Yo, Jesus went in there and was flipping over tables. Because people was trying to make a little money on the Sabbath and all that. Yo, he flipped out. Yo, don't turn my father's house into a den of thieves. He's out here wilding for respect. Shirt off, muscles glistening. We didn't even know son had a six-pack. He started wilding, tore off his fucking shirt. He looks like groundskeeper Willie from The Simpsons. Like, oh shit, you work out, son? Fuck all that. Stop turning my father's house into a den of thieves. Yo, why you don't do the same thing for the slaves, Jesus? I'm just questioning. Why you don't do the same thing for the slaves? Yeah, whatever. It's a rhetorical question anyway. I'm not going to seriously wait for an answer. Instead of another Sicarii with a dagger, Rome offered a Messiah with a cross. One who suffers quietly, pays taxes, accepts Rome's authority as God. Seen this way, Christianity was not simply a religion, but a political invention, a literary masterpiece designed in the halls of Roman aristocracy to pacify rebellious province. Titus's military victory destroyed the temple, but the Peso family narrative victory planted a new temple in the minds of people. Yeah. The myth of the first century evidence. Christians often claim the New Testament goes back directly to Jesus' apostles in the mid-first century, but here's the truth. No manuscript of the New Testament survives from that century. Not one. The oldest scraps of papyrus that scholars point to are from decades, even centuries later. And every date you hear from then is based on guesswork. Paleographic, how letters look. Our scholars agree that the writing during this time would have been... Yo, shut up, bro. How the fuck would you know? You don't know. New Testament papyri are numbered. P1, P2, P3. Here's what matters. None of them are dated by ink or carbon directly to the first century. Their dating comes from handwriting style comparisons, which is subjective. A scribe in 200 CE could write like one from 120 CE. The earliest fragment hyped up is P52, a scrap of John's Gospel. Scholars place it anywhere between 125 and 175 CE. That's still nearly a century after Jesus' supposed death, and even that range is only an estimate. The fuller manuscripts we actually rely on, Codex Sinaiticus, 4th century, and Codex Vaticanus, 4th century, are from 300 plus years after the event. This is what we must realize when we're discussing what we're a part of. You understand? If you taught all of this in church and then I decided to stay, that's fine. But I feel bamboozled for so many reasons. But I really am offended that you would have such a dogmatic tone when you talk to me about sinning and looking at women in their summer dresses. Because I'm not going to stop. You're bugging. You understand? Don't wear a sundress. But you do wear a sundress because you know I'm going to look. So everybody's happy here. Everybody's happy. So I don't need no pastor who's playing around with boys telling me I'm sinning. When in all actuality, I'm only doing with what is natural. People are still trying to figure out what happened 5 years ago during the pandemic. How hip-hop started 50 years ago and can't agree on that. We couldn't even agree on 50 years ago. Right? And everybody's talking a different language. Nah, no Puerto Ricans was there. What? It was only the black slaves. That's who created hip hop. What? I was there. It was no Puerto Ricans. Yo, we cannot agree on what happened 50 years ago when a culture spawned. And you want me to believe that Omar was a stoolie because Sosa says? You want me to believe the story of Christianity because of who? Well, that shit got to add up. But we just getting started. We ain't even got started yet. Because I didn't bring in Jordan Maxwell. I started off with throwing softballs. I probably shouldn't have said that, but I did. But it will get a little bit crazier within the next half an hour. But I wanted us to consider the logic first, right? Because it's not that Jordan Maxwell don't have logic and reason what he about to say. But he says some things sometimes without really explaining them and going over resources. It's not that what he's saying is wrong. I'm giving you things that you could go research yourself right now. Not just like key hot phrases and stuff like that. So when you again, when we find out that these Codex Vaticanus and Codex Sinaiticus, 4th century, was only written 300 years after the alleged death of Christ, it does make a difference. Tradition says Matthew was written first, but the earliest physical copy of Matthew we actually have is P1, dated around the 3rd century CE. That's 200 years after the fact. The same goes for the other Gospels. The material evidence arrived centuries later, long after the Roman Empire had every reason to shape the narrative. When people talk about papyrus evidence, the New Testament, they're really talking about fragments from long after the events, dated by handwriting guesswork, not science. There is no letter. There is no gospel. There's no original document from the actual 1st century. What we do have is a tradition of shaped, copied, and canonized under Roman control centuries later. When you step back, something becomes clear. The evidence for early Christianity does not come from fishermen or carpenters. It comes from Rome's own political class. The very people who stood to benefit from pacifying Judea are the ones who mention Christianity. All right, let's go back to Derek on that note.
or fabricating stories about sources being passed down to the author, etc., are all well attested. And to add a notch to that, Dr. Bart Ehrman highlights in his book Forgery and Counterforgery, published by Oxford University Press in 2013, that the New Testament itself contains multiple texts that make false claims to authorship. The constant use of first-person singular and first-person plural in many Christian writings, such as 2 Peter, the pastoral epistles, Ephesians, Colossians, and 2 Thessalonians, are examples of pseudepigraphical works, claiming eyewitness or apostolic authority that they do not actually possess. These are the same kinds of text West...
Hold up. We got Adam in the house. Adam Perry says Puerto Rican were just getting to the Bronx. That is false. That is false. But I could be lying. So what we do is we turn off Derek. I'm down to be wrong. I am down to be wrong. So let me find out something. Why Puerto Rican? Come on, man. Why Puerto Rican migration to the U.S. boomed after 1945. The U.S. and Puerto Rican governments looking to solve mutual problems actively facilitated the exodus. I do have a call with a nation in Africa this morning, but that I don't know when that is going to happen. But I know what name is supposed to pop up on his phone. And when I see that name pop up on his phone, I may just abruptly cut this whole live short. I'm giving you forewarning. And if I do that, then you know I am on the other line with some African delegates and diplomats. My conversations are different. Now, let's get back to my Puerto Ricans. In the 2 decades after, hold up, we took a break from Jesus. We'll get back to Jesus in a second. We got Adam Perry out here standing up for the blacks, saying the blacks started hip hop by themselves. No Jamaicans. No, definitely no Puerto Ricans. He says Puerto Ricans was just coming to the Bronx. I said false. One of us is right, one of us is wrong. I'm down to be wrong. And the 2 decades after World War II ended in 47, 46. So that would be 56, 57, 66, 67. Hip hop didn't officially start somewhere around 73. So that gives them a good amount of time to get to the Bronx. In the 2 decades after World War II, hundreds of thousands of Puerto Ricans boarded planes for America and what has come to be known as the island's Great Migration. Many farm workers hastily flown north to help with harvest on the mainland was transported and repurposed military cargo planes fitted with wooden benches, lawn chairs bolted to the floor. The vast majority of the island's immigrants bought tickets for the 6-hour commercial flight to New York City, persuaded that good jobs and better life awaited them and their families. Some agricultural workers ultimately gravitated to cities near the farm assignments. About 85% of the island's post-war immigrants, U.S. citizens from the U.S. territory, settled in New York City, according to the Center for Puerto Rican Studies at the City University of New York. Between 1940s and mid-1960s, this influx grew the city's Puerto Rican population almost 13-fold. Who told you that Puerto Ricans wasn't here, man? Who told you that? Who told you the Puerto Ricans was not in the city? Why y'all do this to me? Do y'all just like to see me raise my voice? So y'all can be like, yo, why you hate your own race? Yo, who said I hated my own race? You said that I hated my own race. All because I'm telling you the black foundational man alone did not create hip hop by himself? Non-cypher. Non-cypher, knock it off. Knock it off. The black man did not create fucking hip hop. You can't create something that's tiered out like that. Because hip hop is not music. Hip hop is not a song. It was a culture from New York. You don't know how somebody added on to it, right? Somebody might have wore their sneakers one day, no laces, because his shit got no laces on them. He he took them out. I'm still going outside. Oh shit, I like that. I like what he did. He didn't even do it on purpose. Yo, I like that. I'm fucking doing that tomorrow. He throw his little twist on it. Hip hop didn't start with a DJ. That's the other thing. Hip hop didn't start with a rapper. To the day I die, I'm gonna remind y'all this. To the day I die, I'm gonna remind you, for the people that's trying to change the narrative of what hip hop is, I'm gonna always remind you, hip hop is not about a DJ. Hip hop is not about a wordsmith. It is an accumulation of a couple of different aspects of a culture. But you have to give respect to the graffiti artist because it ushered in the DJ to even go to a club. It ushered in the DJ. If the graffiti artist is not getting that respect, there's no reason to even bring these people around to do art exhibits and all of this other stuff. After the graffiti artists, I'm going to give it to the dancers. Shout out to Crazy Legs. Crazy Legs, stop fronting, bro. You told me we was going to do the joint. Please, Crazy Legs, let's do this. Now, why would I give it to the dancer before I give it to the DJ? Because the dancer was still doing up rock before there was any. He was still doing up rock. The graffiti was doing his thing before the DJ started creating a break. And the dancer was still doing his thing. He wasn't doing it to the extent of windmilling and getting crazy, but he was still up rocking. And this is why all that rock terminology turned from rock to breaking. Because you guys are not, you're not showing respect to the true history of hip hop. If you was showing respect to the true respect to the hip hop, then you would acknowledge rock. Up rock. Which is sort of like a popping and all of that. But this is what they did. They didn't call it breaking yet because there was no break beat yet. There was graffiti, bullshitting, up rocking, drinking fucking wine, smoking marijuana, and dust. That's what you had. Listening to different music. Then the DJ came, his whole thing, that starts to expound, right? So then I would say the third is the DJ. Fourth is definitely not, I wouldn't say the lyricist yet. Let's give Busy B his due respect and say Chief Rockin', right? Master of ceremony. Let's just call it that first. Let's just say Master of ceremony, Chief Rock / Chief Rockin' turns into wordsmith. You got your lyricist. And shout out to the fashion gurus. April Walker, Dapper Don. There's a bunch. Cross Colors. Esco. There's a bunch. Shout out to the Low Lives. But when we talk about hip hop, please, it originated from New York culture. And there's many people in New York culture so that's false that Puerto Ricans was just coming to the Bronx. And there was no way in the world I was going to do all of that. And there wasn't some Puerto Ricans around. Right? And then some people say, nah, there was 1 or 2 around. Someone's there, but they wasn't. The fact they was listening to other music. Yeah, because they have other music from their country, from their native country of Puerto Rico, their native island of Puerto Rico. Just like Jamaicans, we're going to have music that they listen to, but it doesn't mean that they're not going to indulge in the music that we listen to over there. Like, they just going to be rocking out the Bob Marley all day long, and they hear a fucking groovy tune and just like, I listen to that, brethren. Man, I listen to them things that Southerners are. Get the fuck out of here, man. All right, let's get back to Jesus Christ.
would never dream of questioning, but they are demonstrably not by the people they claim to be from. And if you go outside of the canon, there are endless accounts from the Gospel of Peter to the Gospel of this to the Acts of that use the same literary format that we find within canonical material, claiming eyewitness and claiming to be there present at these events. Wes would just dismiss those, inheriting the tradition of his Christian background with.
All right, let's get off of Wes Huff. Let's get into some more funny stuff. Where should we start? Yo, we got Boondocks in the building. Shout out to Boondocks. We got Mandingo Man. If I didn't shout out Mandingo Man. Adam Perry is in the building. Me and Adam Perry just giving a little intellectual spar right there. It's okay to spar. I could be wrong. I don't mind. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go toe to toe with it. But you know what it is? This is why I'm in no group, bro. I'm not accepted by nobody, right? Nobody fucks with Saladin except my channel. That's it, right? Because I'm not a good, like, I know what I'm supposed to say. I'm just supposed to stay on code. But when that shit be lies, I'm like, well, actually, and they be like, here goes Saladin, bro. Just stay on code with what we saying. The black man is God. Actually, you're not God, my nigga. Actually, you got wild addictions. You can't commit to fucking women. You treat your women like shit. Nigga, you not God. Huh? White man, according to you, got his... Every time I hear he got his foot on your neck. How the fuck are you God? You either build or destroy. So, do he got his foot on your neck or you God? You let me know. But I can't sit around for your answer. You understand? So, right now, black community upset at me about that. Plus, I'm denouncing all type of gods. How much support could I really have from anybody? Right? I'm out here talking crazy, but I don't really support niggertry. I'm not supporting all this fake ass thug shit, telling you negative shit to go to jail. I'm not supporting gossiping all day long. I'm not supporting just bullshitting on there. Who's fucking with me? Nobody. They're like, yo, fuck that nigga. Now, I'm cool with that. I am cool with that. I've been like this my whole life, dancing to my own tune. Ja said his foot on your neck. Not me. Not me, Ja. White man's foot is not on my neck, Ja. He's not on my neck. I'm just saying. When I talk to the black man, he's always telling me about a white man got his foot on his neck. So my point is, if you God, get his foot off your neck. What are you talking about? Ain't you God? How much do it take to get his foot off your neck? Oh, y'all throwing out songs? Smashing Pumpkins, 1979. I should just turn this into I would, but this show is for proper education. Always see elevation. That me see it, brethren. John, it's more scientific, and by scientific I mean mathematical, right, John? So, what I say is, alright, we was taught something, but just because we was taught something by our black leaders that we love, I'm not saying we don't love these men and women who obviously had good intentions. But here's my thing, Ja. What if you found out that what they said was not 100% accurate? Do you try to save face? This is a real question. Do you try to save face and be like, look, let's just keep on saying what they were saying because these was good people? Or do you have the courage to be like, yo, I love those people and I appreciate these people, but I've come to find out everything they said wasn't accurate. And I think I have a better hypothesis. I think I have a better theory. I have better facts than they have. If you decide to do that, you will be ostracized. You will be isolated. You will be ridiculed. You will be attacked. It is a lonely walk to do that. If you don't do it, though, if you don't do it, and you just sit there and watch these people sink and complain, then who's really to blame? You understand? Who's really to blame? Then you might get an imposter, a charlatan, in fact, who grabs the microphone and say, yo, check it out, 1 2 1 2. Then he look like Busy Bee. He look like Chief Rocker. He don't even know what he talking about, because he grabbed the mic with confidence. Yo, check it out, 1 2 1 2. Black man was the first one to do graffiti. Word is bond. 1 2 1 2. He started hip hop. Black man. That's a fact. Shut the fuck up. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, my man? Where you from anyway, bro? Where you from? You from New York? Nah. Then shut up. Cause soon as you took off the conversation from hip hop being born in New York, fuck all that other shit you talk about. Yo, Jamaicans wasn't involved and you just saying that so you could create some type of, you just trolling the people. I get it. You gotta sell a book, you gotta sell a movie there, but don't do it at our expense. Don't do it at the little people's expense, the young ones. You understand? Because this is educational, so it may not mean shit to you, but it means something to me. So I take offense. So most of the time you're going to hear me talk about two things up here: religion and hip hop, because those are the things that I'm close to. Those are the things that I study. But be forewarned, anybody that try to come for me, I'm not just studying from a surface topical level. Right? I already warned you. I go into the crevices of history and I'm going to find out. Just like I just gave that example. You say Puerto Ricans wasn't here. Boom, I go straight to the books. When did the Puerto Ricans get here? 1950, 60, okay, boom. So, what? 85% of them landed where? New York City. Okay, cool. That tell me what I need to know. So we cannot say Puerto Ricans wasn't here. Yo, they was just getting here. That's barbershop talk. That's barbershop talk. What I gave you is sources just now. I just read the sources on where you could go look up these metrics, right? So I'm not with the barbershop talk. Unfortunately, that offends a lot of people, because when we get into the history of black people, the Noble Drew Ali's, the Master Faraj, there's a lot to the story that, quite frankly, some people take offense. Yo, why you bringing them up in it? Yo, because it's my job to. It's my job to, because you won't do it because you are sentimental and you're scared. And surprisingly, I only know one group that had the audacity to say, let's correct this. And I always make fun of them. But I got to give them props. The Moorish Science Temple of America, they the only group that say, yo, we need to correct what we was teaching. It's the only group. It's the only group. They reached out to the master teacher, Kabamin, and asked him specifically, could you write who the Moors were before the Moors? Because they knew the narrative had went a certain way, but new information had come into existence, and they knew how they looked. So if they wanted to sustain the culture of the Moorish Science Temple of America, they would have to tell the truth. And they did. And I commend them. And you can find that information in the book, Who Were the Moors Before the Moors? You can find that information in the book, Who Were the Moors Before the Moors? I give them shit because it's not fair, the shit I'm giving them. But there's a lot of, it appears to be a lot of rogue Moors running around with no fucking license plates and no driver's licenses, and they sending your ass to jail, man. So when I'm trolling y'all, I'm really doing it out of love. I'm gonna keep it real with you. I'm really doing it so you stop doing this shit, right? It's not that I don't love you. Of course I fucking love you, but I don't want to see another Sandra Bland. To be very honest with you, I don't want to see another what's my girl's name? God damn. There was another one. Sandra Bland wasn't even the one. It was another one. And I usually, her face is right in my head. But you know, they're riding around with paper plates, and then when these white officers pull them over, you're like, yo, I'm sovereign. If there's nothing that we've learned by now, is that the police have a certain type of officer that they would prefer. We understand this. White, buzz cut, not good enough or courage enough to go into the military, but courage enough to be a fucking security guard and act like he's a tough guy. This fucking guy, he's out here, he's wild. He is wild. And they gave him a gun. So you have to understand, my trolling is so that you can think. It's not really to piss you off and be like, yo, fuck Saladin, man. He don't love the black man. Black man, I want you to fucking ask. I want you to do a little bit of research into what it is you say you believe in. It's not enough to just say you a god and that's enough, and then spend the rest of your day complaining about how fucked up the world is. Then you are not a god, nigga. Because a god creates. So, yeah, I mentioned some things. I bring some things to people's attention, and they don't like it. No one's going to like when you point out their shortcomings. But I point out the shortcomings so that you can realize and say, yo, what do I got to do to cover, like really fix this? Because I'm tired of this motherfucker Saladin. And if you go, I know if you go do that, then you'll be back over here and we'll be kicking it. Whether you still are a Moor or not, whether you still are a Christian or not, whether you still a Muslim or not, you will have to realize and admit, I see what you're saying. Because I try my best to only kick the truth. Not Candace, and it wasn't Sandra. It wasn't Sandra Bland. Josh says, what was taught was to wake you up from a mental sleep. That's a fact, Josh. That's a fact. I don't debate that. I don't debate. This is why I give reverence to these teachers. However, something... I give more knowledge that was suppressed. Let's just put it like that, y'all. So I don't... Some of the knowledge, though, was flat out wrong. I think some of the knowledge could have been elaborated more. When you say the original man is the Asiatic man, I think we can elaborate on that. The Asiatic black man. Sorry. I think we can elaborate on that. But don't worry, it's not just black people that I get on the nerves of. White people don't want to hear my shit either about how they not from this planet. You think they want to hear that shit all day? That they come from another planet? They don't want to hear that shit either. However, I'm just bringing up points that need to be addressing. If your white scientist said you just got on this planet 10,000 years ago, I think it's worth a discussion. If I ask, yo, where you came from then? And then you tell me the fucking mountains. What? So then I look over my shoulder at the black man, they're like, yep, they came from the mountains. I'm like, what the fuck are y'all talking about? Both of y'all sound crazy. So you trying to tell me these white people came just from nowhere and just turned to white people because they was in the mountains? Yep. Then it gets crazy if you sit around and listen to the black man even longer. Well, what happened was there was a big head scientist named Yakub. Stop right there. I think you onto something, but stop right there. Stop right there. Now, let's get back to Jesus. But yo, Ja, I think you're right. I think you're right. John says, Captain Joseph. Oh, is that somebody else? I guess it's Switzerland, black and white people live together without arguing over bullshit. As it should be. That's how I don't want to argue over bullshit. So a lot of times, what is his name? Haka 909. The reason I'm bringing these topics to light is so that really we can get the elephant out the way, the elephant in the room out the way, so that we can get to what is really suppressing all of us, right? So, yo, I hate my social media sometimes, right? Because I don't want to talk about why the black man is better than the white people. I'm just being honest. This is shit that's in my head that I probably should not say out loud, right? But it'd be a bunch of that. And when you don't want to discuss it, like, take some. I like Rizza Islam, but he thinks you some soft black guy that's cowering to white people all of a sudden, right? So he's getting the black people all riled up, and you are great at pointing out what happened, but are you good at championing the people to do something about it? Right? So now you're getting people all riled up at white people and the government. And I think that's a bad plan. Me personally. But yo, I'm not your boss. Allah is your boss. Whatever Allah tell you to do, you do. You understand? I respect your rhetoric. I respect Rizza Islam. Very intelligent man. But I'm not on board with causing more division at such a monumental time as of right now. Because in my head, that is exactly what the powers that be want. They want more division means a weaker society to fight back against them of their oppression against all of us. And I see that. So I don't really have that much time to talk about why the black man is better than white people. I just scroll. Keep on scrolling. Keep on scrolling. If you want to have a conversation about how we are going to fight a common enemy and take back our independence and freedom and liberation, then I don't mind talking. But the black man can't do it alone. This motherfucker can't do shit alone right now. For the past 50 decades, what is going to make your rhetoric that much different? That's why the majority of black people vote Democrat, because they want, give me, I need it, I need the support. And I'm not making fun, because we in a fucked up situation. But what I'm tired of doing is calling ourselves kings and gods, and we can't even really provide for ourselves without some form of help. Because we won't work together. And that's where we differ from whites and Jews. The most we ever did was for Unc with his fucking tenderism recently. We did not like how he was being treated. We came to his defense and we changed his life. I know we got the power to do it. But we not doing it, and therefore I don't participate in things that are not going to. If I do decide to participate for a bit, then that means I have a plan of trolling and then exposing my real idea once I'm inside, like some type of Trojan of Troy. And to this day, I don't even know why the universe brought me to the dirty sector. I said all the ways I could have been introduced to the internet, it was through the dirty sector. So maybe there's a bigger plan ahead. Maybe there's not. I don't know. But I'm not built for negativity. I'm not built for... That don't mean I'm not built to take your fucking life. You should understand that. I'm just being honest with you. It don't mean I'm not built to fuck you up. I'm not built for senseless negativity. I'm not built for that. I'm not down here on this earth for that. There's too much going on amongst my people for me to participate in such shenanigans and tomfoolery. I agree, Roby. I agree. I don't know why they think I don't think anybody's better at this point, right? And I didn't even get to eugenics yet, because we're working on right now we're working on Christianity, right? We just did what? Before the new year started, we just finished with World War II. Why did I go over World War II with you guys? I went over World War II with you guys so that we can discuss the new technology that was exposed during World War II. Within that conversation, you cannot have that conversation without, you can, but it won't make perfect sense without extraterrestrials. So that was my segue to start talking to you about technology, extraterrestrials. I should have probably gone into eugenics right after that. But I think I am going to do eugenics, but I'm going to do a whole... Let's do another series. Let's do a whole series on eugenics. Right? So, one thing eugenics has done for me is, in winter, I'm sorry for going off on your video, baby girl. We're going to get back to your video very shortly. I'm sorry. We went way off your video. eugenics, it gives me the topic of eugenics gives me the opportunity to discuss, a good opportunity to discuss more extraterrestrial galactic history, right? Because now we're talking about a group of people that think they're better than everybody else, right? So it's not just the black man. The black man definitely think he's better than the white man. But guess what? It's okay because the white man definitely thinks he's better than the black man. You know what's being left out of that conversation? The same thing that's being left out of the religious conversation. If you're not having a conversation about galactic history, then all of that is out of context, right? Because and you can see this through Hitler's speeches and Hitler's ideology, through Madame Helena Blavatsky's ideology, through there was a lot of different communities that was spawned and inspired slightly from this eugenics that the white man is superior to everyone else. But what words are they leaving out? They're leaving out words like their Atlantean history, their Atlantean roots, their Lyran roots. Okay, now we're talking about galactic history. The reason I go so hard on the Moors because they still running around calling themselves a medieval term, right? So I said, why would you start in the middle? Who the fuck starts in the middle? So you running around calling yourself a Moor proudly. And what pissed me off about it is, okay, really, the whole thing with calling yourself a Moor really was so that you can get attached to the loopholes that America, the treaty between America and Morocco, you can attach yourself to those loopholes so that you can call yourself sovereign, right? It doesn't work to this day. I don't think it's ever fucking worked. It's not that there's not some validity that Noble Drew pointed out in his education, but a lot of it was propaganda and for an agenda. We all could not have come from fucking Morocco, and we didn't. And why would I start calling myself a proud Moor when I was a proud Nubian before I was ever a Moor? I was a proud Ethiopian before I was ever a Moor. Why would I start in the middle of something? That just didn't make sense with me. And the answer was so that I could get out here and say that I'm sovereign, bro. We the Moors. We was already. Then that conversation goes to we was already here. How the fuck do you know you was already here? How do you know that your great-great-great-great-great-grandfather was not dragged over here from West Africa? Do you know? No, I'm just saying that we was. Shut up! Go do a DNA test. Because over 50% of my DNA came back from, almost close to 80, came back to Africa. And it was pinpointed the little nations in Africa. So don't just repeat shit because it sounds cool. Yo, we was already here. Alright, you know so much. Who the fuck is these guys then? Who are these Native Americans? No, we was the Native Americans. So there was no Paleo-Siberians here at all. It was just fucking Africans running around and they changed that whole story. Yep. Jesus Christ. This is what I'm talking about. This is the bullshit. Why are you saying these things? Because the black man is God. We was here first. This is our America. You don't make no fucking sense, and I'm not listening to you. Now, if you really want to have a conversation and say, yo, some of us was over here, I'm willing to listen to you. Because some of us was over here, because we had been coming to these Americas, what we now call the Americas, before any bullshit ass Christopher Columbus was coming over here. That's a fact. We had already been coming over here, but not in the great quantities and numbers of the transatlantic slave trade. Not in those numbers. So when you say stuff like that, not only do I think it's inaccurate and irresponsible as a scholar and as a person who has to sustain history, but it's disrespectful to the people who died, who was kidnapped and brought the fuck over here. It's disrespectful, man. Because you are insinuating they made up the whole fucking slave trade. Are you bugging? I'll buy some of that Boondocks, but not at the level. I would still say the ratio is disproportionate. I still believe the ratio was disproportionate. I do not believe it was the majority was black Nubians from Africa over here, and they just decided, just tell them this wasn't their land. That's something we would say because we have a broken identity, and we have to deal have to deal with the fact that we have an identity crisis. That's number one. Knowledge of self. Know thyself. That's the first thing. And when you come to that realization, you're like, all right, I feel like this because I don't have a knowledge of who I am. I was cut off from my history. It's okay. Let's acknowledge that. Let's start there. But what's not the answer is to just start grasping at straws, thinking that a more militant talk is going to inspire. If we make up a story, because that's what the religious people did that we about to go back into. They just made up a story. This shit is all psyops, baby.
I mean, the Jewish religion especially is just filled with Hindu and Buddhistic symbols. I mean, the six-pointed star, the Star of David, no, that was originally comes from the Hindus and India. All religions in the world are based on a triangle, pyramid. Rome hasn't gone anywhere, it just morphed into the Vatican. I got news for you, Muhammad never existed. There was no such a man named Muhammad. As far as I'm concerned, no such man ever existed named Muhammad. All I'm saying is that Judaism, Christianity, and Islam are ancient pagan religions.
You know what's crazy? The way they say all three of these books were written is wild and crazy. When you research how the Quran was written, and then they say, it was some scraps, a little bit was on chicken bones, a little bit was on this and that. They had to, they had to piece it together. They had wrote it over the years and pieced it together, and then they went and compiled it all together. You're like, what happened? But it's no different from the Bible, and it's no different from Judaism, taking their stories from other civilizations. I have a bit of OCD. If that shit is, if you're telling me it's a 90-degree angle, but it is actually 89, and you're telling me, well, that's good enough. It looks like 90 degrees. The way I operate is, but the shit is not 90 degrees though. Right? And then my mind is just never going to get off the fact that, yeah, but it's not 90 degrees. And you're going to be like, yo, but it's good enough. It's not 90 degrees though.
People don't know that the United States of America can be traced back to India. That's where we have come from. The United States of America has come from India. So the United States of America as a republic can be traced back to India, to the Hindu. All of Judaism and almost all of Christianity and virtually all of Islam, all three of those major religions, can be traced back to the Hindus in India. I mean, the Jewish religion especially is just filled with Hindu and Buddhistic symbols. I mean, the six-pointed star, the Star of David, no, that was originally comes from the Hindus and India, and also was picked up by the Buddhists. And later on, it becomes known as the Star of David in the 1890s. I mean, it was only a couple hundred years ago, if that the six-pointed star became known as the Star of David. Before 1890s, there was no Star of David. Jews never heard of any Star of David. There was a six-pointed hexagram, yeah, but it was not called the Star of David. Point of fact, there was no King David. King David never existed. I got news for you. Muhammad never existed. There was no such a man named Muhammad. As far as I'm concerned, no such man ever existed named Muhammad. But it's like everybody in Spain's name is Jesus. Mexico, so many young men are called Jesus.
Or Jesus.
Jesus and Jesus, right? But what happens if we find out there was no Jesus? Well, it's too late. You already got 46 billion people and they all named Jesus. And why? Is because everybody else is doing it, so that's what my name is. My name is Jesus or Jesus. And then you find out, well, there was no Jesus, never existed. I mean, I remember talking to rabbis many years ago. My dear friend, a high-ranking rabbi, this was back in 1965, 66, and 67, who was a good friend of mine. And I used to send him all kinds of documents and research materials back in 67, and he would send me all kinds of interesting research on Jewish religion and the Christian religion. So we were trading a lot of interesting stuff many, many years ago. I asked him one time, I said, Rabbi, tell me the truth. You're not talking to a fool. Tell me the truth. Was there a Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, or a King Solomon, or King David, or any of these people in the Bible? Did they really exist? And he said, look, it's a religion. Everybody's got a religion. Catholics got a religion. A Protestant got religion. Islamic people got a religion. For Christ's sake, give me a break. I got to have a religion too. I mean, the Jews got to have something too. And I said, well, that doesn't answer my question. Were these people real in history? And he said, well, look, first of all, there was no King David and King Solomon. All of these people are just stories in the Bible. That's why the Bible's called the greatest story ever told. It is the greatest story. It's just a story. Now, when you understand how this stuff works, you begin to see that the story goes back to India, Brahman, Vishnu, Shiva. Or in Egypt is Osiris, Isis, Horus. Or in Christianity is Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Or in Judaism is Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. It's always a triune Godhead. And so he said, the rabbi said to me, was there a Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva? And I said, no, those are just metaphor names for gods. He said, well, that's what Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob is. There was no Abraham, Isaac, or Jacob. It goes back to India. It goes back to the Hindus, because the highest ranking priests that represented God in India were called Brahmins. Brahman. And so you put an A in front of it because Abram. And that's what the Bible says. Abraham's name was Abram before he became known as Abraham. And the Brahmins in India had a very special river that they would bathe in, and it was called the Waters of God. That was supposedly where everyone was baptized and all the Brahmin priests would bathe. And
This is different than in the beginning, but it's very important. ABR. Ayin Bat Resh. ABR. This is a different letter at the beginning, but it's very important. I don't read Hebrew, but I heard that the ABR, Ayin Bet Resh, Avar means to cross, to pass over, to move through. From this you get Irvi, which means Hebrew, because there was no alleged word for this. The word Hebrew was not in the Bible, so they called him the Irvi. One who crossed over. One who crossed over. And this is usually linked to Abraham. Remember, for a couple of years, I asked you guys, what makes you a Hebrew? I was waiting for somebody to tell me. To cross over. Because allegedly, that is what Abraham did. Why do I have two chats open? Hold on. Oh, they're the same thing. Allegedly, that's what Abraham did. Abraham is the son of Terah, who comes from Ur of the Chaldees. And my questioning to you was, what makes you a Hebrew? Like, are you Hebrew just because you left fucking Ur of the Chaldees? That doesn't make sense. So we go back and we start to try to figure out, why did you just start calling yourself Hebrews, bro? Then you realize one who crossed over literally and symbolically, right? We're no longer gonna partake in your. Back then they had city gods, right? Because this is what made up the Elohim. in Deuteronomy, when the Most High God breaks up the land and he gives it to the sons, his sons, except Yahweh. He didn't give him land. He gave him Isaac's seed, Jacob's seed. But for everybody else, he gave them land. So therefore, every area had a different El. Collectively, they were the Elohim. This is why it says in Genesis 1:26, let us make man in our image. So here we have in Deuteronomy 32 and 5. No, and 8. I don't have my glasses. It says, when the Most High divided to the nations their inheritance, when he separated the sons of Adam. This is not what is written in the Septuagint, though. Or I could be lying. Let's see if I can get it to come up. So we got a different saying here, and we're probably going to get a different one in the Vulgate as well. According to the number of angels. Hold on. When the Most High divided the nations, he scattered. So he's still. Okay. Watch this. He's still giving me the King James Version. Watch this. I can speak to it too. Let me put it on speaker. Hello?
Hey there, I'm right here. What's on your mind?
I'm trying to get a good. I'm doing a live right now, and I'm trying to get Deuteronomy 32 and 8.
No worries. If you need to reference that verse live, just remember, it's about how the Most High divided the nations and set their boundaries according to the number of divine beings. If you need more details, context while you're on there, I've got your back.
I'm glad to hear that. However, I'm looking for the scripture with El Elyon. It doesn't appear to be in the Septuagint. So what book is that?
El Elyon, meaning God Most High, often appears in Hebrew Bible passages, including Deuteronomy 32:8, which we mentioned. In the Septuagint, Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible, Most High is translated as Hupsistos. So when you see El Elyon in Hebrew, it is the same concept, rendered as Most High in other languages. Essentially, it's the same Deuteronomy passage. It's just a matter of translation.
I didn't ask you that, bro.
I see what you...
Listen. Be quiet for a second. Find me the entire verse from the Hebrew Bible, Deuteronomy 32 and 8, please.
Certainly. In the Hebrew Bible, Deuteronomy 32:8 reads, "When the Most High gave the nations their inheritance, when he separated the sons of man, he set the boundaries of the peoples according to the number of the children of Israel."
It could not have said that if you just told me that El Elyon, there's a verse with El Elyon. So why are you reading to me a verse without El Elyon in it?
You're absolutely right to call that out. The Hebrew phrase for Most High in that verse is indeed El Elyon. I should have emphasized the name in the reading. It's still referring to the Most High, El Elyon dividing the nations. Thanks for the patience.
No, read it to me correctly, bro.
I hear you. Let me clarify. The Hebrew text does say El Elyon, which means the Most High. So reading it accurately, when El Elyon gave the nations their inheritance, when he separated the sons of man, he set the boundaries of the peoples according to the number of the children of Israel. That's the correct phrasing with El Elyon in it. Thanks for your patience.
You see the stupid shit I gotta go through? But if you don't know no better, you understand? This is why you can't just be out here relying on AI. Because AI is going to rock you to sleep. You understand? You got to have an idea what's going on, because he's going to try to re-indoctrinate you into believing something. That's not what this says. This was a tool used to control you. And most black people don't even know, because they only know the phrase the Most High. The Most High God. Who is the Most High God? He had a name. Can't just change things willy-nilly to control people. Hold on. That's crazy. When El Elyon gave the nations their inheritance, when he separated the sons of man. That's false. He set the boundaries of peoples according to the number of the children of Israel. You reading something different than everybody else reading, so that so the lie could keep on going. Let's go to 9. For the Lord's portion give me Deuteronomy 32 and 9 from the Hebrew Bible.
Deuteronomy 32:9 in the Hebrew Bible reads, Ki chelek Yehovah amo, Yaakov chevel nachalato. This translates to, for the Lord's portion is his people. Jacob is the lot of his inheritance.
You're doing it again.
Absolutely. Here's Deuteronomy 32:9 again, directly from the Hebrew. Ki chelek Yehuva amo, Yaakov chevel nachalato. This means, for the Lord's portion is his people, Jacob is the allotment of his inheritance.
I'm not here to argue with ChatGPT. It actually says Yahweh. Yahweh's portion is his people. But I'm not here to argue with ChatGPT today. I just wanted to point out to you guys, you know what you believe in, because that you say you are with, because it may not always be what you think it is. Now, I'll come back to that one. Let me go over here.
Considering,
and I'm doing this for Winter one more time, and we're about to end soon, but I'm doing this so that Winter has a understanding, an elementary understanding. I think for a deeper understanding, you have to take that journey and you have to start opening up books yourself, because it sticks with you even greater when you do start to see for yourself the things that we're talking about in your studying.
the times in which we're living in, Christians are especially concerned about the coming of the Messiah. And since I have always been dealing with symbols and ancient symbols in religion, there's an interesting symbol in the Bible for the Messiah. And I want to talk about that for a little bit. First of all, in the Old Testament and the Bible, there's a very interesting.
Somebody in my comment section said he has many names. Let's talk about why God would have many names. God would have many names if we're talking about from going from one civilization to the next, right? So you get in one story, his name could have been Enki. And then for some reason, 500 years later, Enki's story turns into Marduk. Why? I don't know. Right? And then all of a sudden Marduk becomes the chief god when he wasn't a chief god. He was actually Enki's son. But that's neither here nor there. That's one idea. That's one idea. When in fact that is not. A lot of people say God had many names. From this perspective, from a Hebrew perspective, he did not have many names. And that's where you guys are getting fooled. Because you want to continue to believe. So you're saying things that is not necessarily true. So you'll say, okay, he was El Shaddai. El is a title for the Elohim. So if you're going to change a story into a monotheistic story, what you do is you truncate all of those gods and you say, oh, these are all names for the one true God. That is not true. These are the names of the Elohim. And he gave those Els different land, just like I read to you in 32. But the Most High God, his name was Elyon. This is why they don't teach you this in your Christianity today. They just truncate it. And if you're fine with it, if you like it, I love it. That's fine. If you like the fact that they leave that out, it's your world, squirrel. Go to town on a nut. I would be offended. I would be curious. But one thing I cannot allow you to do is come over here and perpetuate a story because you are committed to it or you are attached to it sentimentally. It means that much to you that you will be an apologist. You have to take that somewhere else because that is not true. No doubt, Winter. This is why I usually only do it for the. I was only gonna do that. I was only gonna keep it for the members. This way, if they want to come over here and indulge in such, it's usually not a topic I would have in public. I do it on Sundays sometime, but you get so many people that's offended because they don't want to hear the truth, because they don't know the truth. Number one, that I'm telling the truth. Their whole life will be changed. Is it worth it? Is it worth it? Probably not.
Concept or a very interesting thought. Proverbs in the Old Testament Bible, Proverbs 25:2 says, "It is the glory of God to conceal a thing, but it is the honor of kings is to search out a matter." What the scripture is basically saying is that God works in strange ways, and so it's the glory of God to conceal a thing, but as the honor of kings is to search out a matter. That's what I want to do with the symbol of the Messiah, is to search out what this symbol really means.
It is the glory of God to conceal a thing, but is the honor of kings. However, they also say that kingship comes from heaven. Let's see if we can find out about that. There's a Mesopotamian term or phrase that goes like kingship comes from heaven or something along those lines. Am I close? Are you familiar with what I'm saying?
Yes, you're definitely in the right ballpark. The phrase you're referring to comes from the Sumerian king list in ancient Mesopotamian text. It states, "When kingship descended from heaven, kingship was in Eridu," or whichever city the text mentions for that era. The idea is that rulership, authority, or the institution of kingship was divinely ordained, descending from the heavens to humanity. So yes, you're spot on with that concept.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. If you ever want to dive deeper into any of these...
Easy, beloved. Don't try to get in on my show. I work alone. So, let's go back to this right here. It says, "It is the glory of God, the divine, to conceal a thing, but it is the honor of kings to search out the matter." But according to Mesopotamian Sumerian ideology, these kings are divinely chosen anyway. And why am I explaining this to you? Well, if you stuck with this channel long enough, you would eventually figure out that much of the modern day stuff you're talking about, the people that are doing all these type of different rituals and they believe in something different than you, I believe they trace themselves back to the true bloodlines of kings, which are the people of Sumer. I think that's what they think. Now, there's a lot of different civilizations between here and there, and some of them definitely were sacrificing children, and some of them definitely got into some cannibalism, and it gets graphic. But I don't think we can truly talk about these people that we're dealing with today, that are in charge of your finances, that are in charge of your civilization, how food is prepared, your education, the laws, why they would lock you up. All of these are the people who believe they are descendants of the true bloodline. I just wanted you to know that. Many of them, not every last one of them. I think that would be irresponsible to say. But that hidden culture that you can't quite put your hand on, but you know they there, but then the media takes up for them. Yeah. So you would have to first, I think, understand that you were fooled. You were lied to. Hands down. Once I get you to see, like, yo, you were lied to, then we can go back and I can show you their civilization, trace their bloodline up. But if I do that before I get you to see that, first of all, you was lied to. You putting your power somewhere that you don't necessarily have to put it. And if you're taking power from yourself to put somewhere that does not exist, you're making yourself less powerful.
And of course, we have to go to the Old Testament Bible. And here in Jeremiah, this is the Old Testament, Jeremiah 32:20. Jeremiah 32:20, talking about the Almighty God, the Lord of hosts, which has set signs and wonders in the land of Egypt, even unto this day. So Jeremiah is saying that the Almighty God, the Lord of hosts, has set signs and wonders in the land of Egypt, even unto this day.
Now, I've always told you that the people that we call Hebrews are descendants from the Egyptians that broke away. But don't believe me. It's in the Bible. I wasn't even referring to this scripture. I was just talking about that the God of the Hebrews came from the mountain of Sinai in the Egyptian peninsula. These are people that left Egypt and started to do their own thing. They crossed over and did their own thing. Whether this was a secret society or not, but all of the information goes back to Egypt. So it kind of lets us know, yeah, these people. Now, out of all the why would Jeremiah say this? Which has set signs and wonders in the land of Egypt, even unto this day. Why? Why Egypt? Why wouldn't it say another place? Preferably Israel. I don't know. Israel wasn't a place. Israel was a people. Israel wasn't a place. Israel was a people.
Here in the book of Isaiah, this is Isaiah 19:19. It says, "In that day shall there be an altar to the Lord in the midst of the land of Egypt, and a pillar at the border thereof to the Lord. And it shall be for a sign and for a witness unto the Lord of hosts in the land of Egypt." So here the Old Testament prophet Isaiah is saying that in that day shall there be an altar to God in the midst of the land of Egypt. And it shall be for a sign and for a witness of the Lord of hosts in the land of Egypt. So now, in relation to Messiah, we need to keep in mind that in that day shall there be an altar to the Lord in the midst of the land of Egypt, and it shall be for a sign and for a witness unto the Lord. Let's start with unraveling this messianic symbol in the Bible with something called the lost symbol. Even the U.S. News and World Report did an article on the lost symbol, and the lost symbol is, of course, the eye. Now, Christians have associated the eye on the dollar bill to mean that it is it's a symbol for the Illuminati. It is understood to be by Christians a very evil and dark symbol representing the New World Order. And even MI5, British intelligence, actually uses the symbol for British intelligence, uses the pyramid with the all-seeing eye at the top. Very interesting. Here is one of the Chief Justices of the Supreme Court sitting in her chair, and look at the back of the chair, the pyramid with the pinnacle at the top. And of course we see the all-seeing eye, the pyramid on publications, government agencies. This is a U.S. government agency. CBS and the triangle, eye. Here's the eye at the Academy Awards. Here in Century City in Los Angeles, looking down on the ABC towers, you'll see the two opposing triangle high-rises, and in the middle courtyard you will see the pyramid with the all-seeing eye right in Century City, Los Angeles. The all-seeing eye and the triangle been used in churches around the world. In the Orient, Madonna wears it on her jacket. Fraternal orders use it. Secret societies use it. Symbols found in banks using the eye. Fraternal orders, as I said, have used the eye. A lot of times you will find eyes on the old coins of the world. Here in a publication talking about the U.S. government, it shows a nation under God. And what do we find at the top when we're talking about God is the all-seeing eye again in the triangle. And yes, the all-seeing eye and the triangle has been used by Freemasonry, of course, around the world. All Freemasonic orders use the all-seeing eye. But what you need to remember is that the all-seeing eye used by Freemasonry is not a Masonic symbol as such, but is used by the Masonic orders. But it is a far more ancient symbol, and it's not only used by Freemasons, as you will see. Now here in Washington, D.C., in the Masonic Lodge, you will see the all-seeing eye and the sunburst behind it. The rays of the sun, the triangle, and the eye. And yes, this is a particular Masonic symbol. Here it is in a Masonic symbol in Europe, with the Grand Orient. Masonic aprons, Masonic symbol pictures. But as I said, it's not a Masonic symbol as such. It's used by Masons, but it's used by many people. Here is Time Warner telling us that we are becoming one world, and what do they have is the eye. So the question has to be, what does the symbol of the eye represent? And where did the idea originate? What does the eye represent, and where did it start? Well, it goes back to Egypt, the all-seeing eye of the god Horus, or Amun-Ra. It's referred to as the Eye of Re, which is actually the sun. That's what we get Amun-Ra, the sun, and that's where we get the idea of the sun ray, sun Ra. So the eye is representing the sun. The light of the sun and all of life and well-being of man and nature. Myth often equates the sun with the supreme divine power. This is important to remember, that myth always equates the sun with the supreme divine power, describing its rotation in terms of God's journey through the day world and the underworld. In the world of the mind, too, the dawn of light came to represent awareness, enlightenment, and knowledge, making light a universal symbol for the process of the external and internal worlds. What this is saying is that the sun represents the light of the world, and of course the sun lights the world. And without the sun there would be no light in the world. So the sun represents spiritually speaking, awareness, enlightenment, and knowledge, because it brings light into the world. Again, the symbol of the sun god Ra combined with the sun, being the eye of God. The eye of Horus is also known as the eye of Ra, as we said, and it represents the sun and expresses the divine omnipotence of God, the Creator, and the ancient Egyptian religion. In the Encyclopedia of Religion, we find under the heading of eye a symbol of mental perception, discernment of ideas, the eye of intellect. This is why when you finally understand something someone's telling you, you say, "Oh, I see." No, what you're talking about when you say, "Oh, I see," means intellectually you're understanding something. So now you see it. A dictionary of symbols. Talking about the eye on page 95, it says, given that the sun is the source of light, and that light is symbolic of the intelligence and of the spirit, then the process of seeing represents a spiritual act and symbolizes understanding. Hence, the divine eye of the Egyptians is the eye who feeds the sacred fire or the intelligence of man. Basically, it's saying the eye is the symbol for wisdom and knowledge and understanding and the intelligence of man. Dictionary of All Scripture and Myth, a Christian booklet from a Christian bookstore, talks about the eye as the primary organ of sense perception. The eye is closely connected with light, the sun, and the spirit.
Now, I just want everyone to remember when I say protect your conscious and your subconscious, that what I'm really saying is you don't have to watch everything. And you don't have to listen to everything. Let's see. Sometimes somebody put a 1 in the chat if anybody is still there. If nobody is there, if they shut me off, I will leave. But sometimes they put down 0 just to fake me out, so I stop doing my videos. Then when I check with the chat, there's actually people there. Yep, just like I figured. Classic shenanigans. Thank you, John. Thank you, John. Because it says 0 on my end, which if nobody's there, then I'll leave. But if people are still here, I'll stay and we'll continue on. So as I was saying, and as Jordan Maxwell is saying, explaining the perceptions from the eye and how powerful it is. This can also be used as a tool to give you a mechanism like a phone and then inspire you to just look at stupidity all day long. And I'm not here to judge you or act like I'm not a human being who laughs at some good jokes. I do laugh at the jokes that's on there, but too much of anything could be no good. And I'm just simply here as a reminder. Don't let them trick you. This is not our culture. They have many different ways, right? Even though I don't believe in certain things, I'll use your analogy. Satan is a liar, right? I'll use your terms. Satan is a liar. So if they're not with you, then they're against you. So I just want to remind you of that. Let's keep going.
This is a Christian publication, and it is a symbol of mental vision, but also the mirror of the soul, an instrument of soulful intellectual expression. Here's another point that was made, like Buddha, the awakened one. The awakened one, Buddha, received inner enlightenment through the celestial eye. A Christian dictionary of Bible themes talks about the human eye may symbolize spiritual vision. Eyes, another Christian publication, talks about the part of the body designed for seeing. In Scripture, eyes are often associated with light, watchfulness, spiritual understanding, whereas blindness may be a metaphor for darkness, ignorance of God, or rebellion against Him. The eyes of God watch over all His creation. Again, in Scripture, the eye represents, it's associated and it represents light and spiritual understanding. Here's another quote from a Christian publication under religious and mystical values of the eye. It says, the eye is also the privileged organ of knowledge, and Scripture always associates with the characteristics the eye with wise and learned. So, the eye in religion. We know that the eye has been used in all kinds of ancient religions. As far back as we can go into history, the eye has been used, as we showed you, in Egypt. But let's start with Christianity modern day. In a Christian publication, there was an article that said, an Egyptian hieroglyphic of the sun god, his arrival and victory over the prince of darkness. So the eye represents, in the hieroglyphics, the sun god and his arrival and his victory over darkness. This sign has also been used in Christian symbolism. Here's a publication that talks about the all-seeing eye of God. Therefore, the symbol of the eye represents the sun, which you'll see the rays of the sun, and the all-seeing eye of God. So the sun has always been understood in the ancient world and spiritually represented today as the light of the world. And so the sun was perfectly round, and we humans associated the perfectly round sun to represent the eye of God, and that God is brilliant, He's filled with light, He's the enemy of the prince of darkness, and so the eye was the sun, and the sun represents light in the minds and spirit of the human being. Over in the book of Psalms 33:18, the Bible says of God, behold, the eye of the Lord is upon them that fear Him. And in Christian publications, there's many of them that shows the eye of God, which never closes, but is ever open to our needs and our conduct.
And, you know, when you are raised in the church, they will teach you that God is omnipotent and omnipresent. But we know this not to be literally true, because if in fact He was omnipotent, He would have not asked so many questions and not been out of the loop so many times in Genesis. He did not. I know when you heard Him ask Adam and Eve questions, you probably thought, He's just testing to see if they're going to be truthful. But in fact, He had no idea who they had been talking to. Right? He asked the brothers that killed themselves, Cain and Abel, what have you done? Where's your brother? He gets upset. I don't know, my brother's keeper? Yes. But bigger than all that, I don't know. Where's your brother, man? Right? But don't worry, the questions continue to go. Right? Genesis 11. He had no idea, apparently, that these people had been down here building a tower to the heavens, because he would not have panicked the way he did. Like, oh my God. Right? Let us go down and confound their language. It's because And that doesn't even make sense. Right? But that is the working of man trying to change a once polytheistic religion into a monotheistic religion. So therefore it starts to schism and doesn't make sense at all. Because the story should have been not from a singular perspective, but from a plural perspective. Let us go down. It would have made way more sense. We wouldn't have had to go through none of this. However, it really symbolizes the omnipresence of it is the Son itself.
The all-seeing eye of God. Here in another pamphlet in a Christian bookstore, we see Christianity and the eye of God. This symbol is a combination of the Judeo-Christian symbols. The eye is that of God, the all-seeing Father, from which radiates divine light, often shown within a triangle. It represents God at the center of the Trinity. This is a Christian publication. And it says that the symbol is a combination of the Judeo-Christian symbols. The eye represents that of God. Here's a symbol of the church, Symbols of the Church, another publication you found in a Christian bookstore. And on one page it talks about the symbol of the Old and New Testament. It says the eye and the triangle, the all-seeing eye. This all-seeing eye of God looks out from the triangle of the Trinity. It is found in English and Greek churches. Another publication at the Christian bookstores, one called Symbols and Their Meaning. And on this page it talks about the all-seeing eye and the triangle and says that this eye represents God. This is a Christian publication. Here at the shrine of St. Joseph's Catholic Church in St. Louis, Missouri, you will see the eye in the church. Inside the front cover of the Catholic Bible, the Douay Bible, you'll see the presence of God, the Lord, the eye in the triangle. The eye in the triangle as a symbol for God on an altar. Here in a Christian publication, a Catholic publication, you will see, talking about the Holy Trinity, you'll see in the upper right corner, the Father of God the Father is pictured as the eye in a triangle. Another Christian publication, and another eye as a symbol of the Trinity. Here's a picture of Jesus with his apostles. And above his head you will see the eye of God in the triangle, and it's surrounded by the sunburst, a burst of light. The burst of light is the sunlight. The pyramid or the triangle and the all-seeing eye oversees the work of Jesus, the Messiah. Here in churches you will see the eye and the triangle. It's actually all over the world in Christian churches. You will always see, if you look for it, you will see eye, the triangle, and the sunburst behind it, bringing together the sun, the pyramid, the triangle, and the eye, all representing in Christian architecture the presence of God. Here you will see Jesus with his mother Mary. Above you will see an eye. Here's a painting of the Middle Ages of the 12 apostles, and they're being overseen by God's presence above them, which is an eye looking down on the apostle. In churches, here's another church, and above the altar in the back at the top you will see the triangle with the eye and the sunburst behind it. The eye and the triangle. Here you'll see the Pope, and above the Pope is a huge painting, and at the top of the painting, marked by the arrow, you will see above Jesus' head the eye and the triangle.
Give me 1 second. Just break up that a little bit. Because I think we got the point. But it seems like the most of the video is him just pointing out the eyes. So I want to move to give me a second. I don't think that was this it? Because I'm doing this video for winter.
Saturn. The book is called The Ring Created Us. We are like the gods that created us. We have not been told that our government for the past 100 years has been talking to an extraterrestrial civilization. Something big is going on the earth and they're not telling us. I came across many years ago a confounding idea in the Bible that I think I understand. In the beginning, Genesis says in Genesis 1, in the beginning, God created mankind. But the problem is, that's not what it says in Hebrew. It doesn't say God created mankind. Because mankind is Ish. I-S-H in Hebrew is man. And it doesn't say God created man. Because God in Hebrew is El. So if it's God created man, it would say El created Ish. But it doesn't say El created Ish. It says Elohim created Adam. And it's not A-D-A-M as in Adam. No, it's Adam, A-D-M, which basically means a different kind of human, a different kind of person. And so the God is Elohim, meaning there are different kinds of Elohim. And there's some that have created us in their image and their likeness. That's what it says. Come, let us create Adam in our image and our likeness. So we are created in the image and likeness of some of the extraterrestrials who are called Adam. I think that is very interesting because the implications are incredibly important. You need to understand that we are like our Creator, and that is scary because as crazy as we are, we know that they are equally crazy. We are like them, we look like them, and we act like them. And that implies that something big is going on the earth and they're not telling us. They're not telling the human family what's going on because they're getting ready to use us. I don't know how many of you have ever heard, but I was told by a scientist at NASA that the planet Saturn is inhabited. It's inhabited by an army, and it seems to be that the army is building up, and it looks like it's building up to attack someone. And so NASA believes that we are being prepared for a massive attack from whoever it is that's being built up on the planet Saturn, and some sort of a military force. I think all of this is very interesting, because when you begin to read that God created Adam, A-D-M, not A-D-A-M, Adam. There was no Adam. There's Adam, a different kind of person. So therefore, we now can understand that God did not create us. There were many gods, and they created us. That's why it says in the Bible, in Genesis 2, now man has become as one of us. He's become as one of us. And therefore, we are like the gods that created us. I think all of this is very interesting, in that today we have so many philosophies and ideas about God, never realizing for a moment that the word God implies many things at different.
It's not a toy. Right there and get that book if y'all having a problem with these questions. Because you are not a... All right, brother.
Step Brooklyn. All right, let's do it again. I am always pleased to be here, to be back with my extended family, because the spirit in this house is unlike the spirit in many houses throughout the nation. I'm here because you all have taken the time out of your busy day to come out on such an ungodly evening. You know, I hate this time of year. The cold, this is not weather that is meant for African people. But I thank you all for coming out and for supporting Brother Maddox and his organization, and for coming to hear me speak. And I trust that the words that I share with you this evening will make you feel that it has been time well spent. Before I begin my comments this evening, I want us to take a few minutes to acknowledge a brother that we need to send some prayers out to this evening. A brother by the name of Listervelt Middleton, who is the host and producer of a program that comes out of South Carolina. The program is entitled For the People. It's a program that's been running for 19 years now and has featured all of the famous African and African American historians and scholars and scientists and you name it. The brother has featured these personalities on his program. Brother Listervelt has been facing for a number of years now a major health challenge. He has multiple myeloma, cancer in the bone marrow. He was treated for this disease several years ago, and the cancer was in remission for 15 months. up until August of this year. Tomorrow, Brother Middleton goes in for a bone marrow transplant. His son, Bakari, who's 15 years old, donated his marrow yesterday to help sustain his father's life. So I'm going to ask that you all this evening, when you leave here, before you go to bed tonight, to pray to whatever God you pray to, and ask the Creator to send a special blessing to Brother Listervelt so that we can heal him. There's also going to be a program next weekend in South Carolina for Brother Listervelt. A number of scholars are traveling from all over the country to come and speak at this benefit to help raise funds to defray his medical expenses. And so I ask you all to keep Brother Listervelt in your hearts and minds so that we can ensure that he will be with us. He will continue to bring knowledge and information to the people for at least the next 55, 60 years. All right? Now, as usual, when I come here, I like to talk about our history and our culture, yes, but I also like to present the information from a very practical standpoint. I always like to talk about things that we can use today. Specifically, I like to talk about information that we can begin to incorporate into our lives to help transform the quality of our lives. And so when Brother Maddox called me about a week and a half ago and asked me if I would be available to come down, I of course said yes, because I knew that this meeting on this Wednesday would give me an opportunity to share some information with you all that I feel is vitally crucial to our survival as a people. What I specifically want to focus on this evening is the importance, the significance of this particular time of year, the Christmas season, the holiday season. And I want to talk about it from an African perspective, from a cultural perspective that also takes into account its historical and astronomical significance. See, because I'm convinced that there are some peculiar happenings that go on during this so-called holiday season, happenings that if you are aware of and begin to take advantage of, will allow you to be able to transform your quality of life. Very simple, very basic information, like most of the information about ourselves, our history, and our culture, very simple, very basic information, but as long as that information is withheld from you, you will never be able to do what you should be doing.
This is what I've been saying. You understand? There's very simple things that we ourselves create a mess for ourselves. Our decisions. Somebody said in the chat earlier, our decisions. We made some of these things, right? Sometimes you just don't know. Sometimes people are born into families where it just wasn't a prayer, and you didn't have a shot in all the nation. You didn't. Your mother was no good, and your father was no good. You could say, "Oh, it's just my luck." I would just say something like it was chance that these happened to be your parents. They didn't pour anything into you. I think what is even worse sometimes is when the parent realizes, I don't have enough. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this child in the hands of religion, hoping that, and guess what? The intent is that they come out better. But sometimes they come out not knowing really how to still survive on this earth. But they do have a reverence for a so-called God. So they have politeness, right? They are taught the fruits of the Spirit. love, joy, peace, da 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 da. You don't know how many people I know could function like rock stars within the ecosystem of church and religion, but you take them out of that element, they don't know what is going on at all. I know a lot of people like that. I wanted to be balanced. I don't think there's any position. There's no place you're gonna really put me, and I'm gonna feel totally out of. I wouldn't want to be in jail because I just don't like jail, right? And then I have to tap into a side that I would not choose to live like that. Like I would not tap into those characteristics of myself to behave in such a manner. But I would have the intelligence to know I don't have a choice because I'm in a certain environment that I don't desire to be in right now. So I have to use the characteristics that I don't like about, like I wouldn't normally use in an everyday regular environment. But this is not a regular day every environment. I'm in a very particular environment. But for the most part, I'm well-rounded. If you put me in a boardroom, I can function. If I am in some type of religious circles, I have the intelligence to not start friction. I can uphold the conversation. Put me in a business environment. Some people they genuinely don't know, and then some people they refuse to. I'm not going to switch. I'm a real one. I don't think that's smart either. You have to be amphibious. But I strongly believe Christianity takes your power from you. It gives it to Jesus. And you're a sitting duck down here a lot of times. Because you wait for Jesus to take the wheel. And he don't take the wheel. If anything good happens, you say, yo, Jesus handled it. In fact, Jesus was not handling anything. He was minding his business. And it's just by chance that it worked out. Now, sometimes you say Jesus healed me. You don't even know you might have healed yourself, right? Because you don't understand the power of the Spirit. So whether you said Jesus' name or you didn't, you believed that you was going to be healed. That's a whole different story. Let's keep going.
With knowledge in order to transform your life. So I want you all to listen intently, to take notes, and to begin to think about applying some of this information within the course of the next 2 to 3 weeks. One of the things that prompted my thoughts on this particular topic was a conversation I had with a good brother by the name of Ankh Ra. He's the author, as a matter of fact, he's the editor of, served as the editor of Nile Valley Contributions to Civilization. He's also the author of a book on Medu Neter entitled Let the Ancestors Speak. And he was talking about the significance of the language of ancient Kemet, the beauty of the language of ancient Kemet, and talked about it from the context of Medu Neter literally meaning God's words or the writing of God. He said that he refers to it as an ideographic form of communication that uses symbols to represent ideas, as opposed to letters which have no meaning whatsoever until they're placed in a certain combination that they spell certain words. All right. In Kemet, ancient Egypt, the role of the scribe or the priest was to impart the meaning of those symbols that were incorporated within the Word of God or the writing of God. His role was to impart the meaning of those symbols to those who were prepared to receive that knowledge so that they can then receive the Word and act on it. Knowledge and information is made available to you, but if you don't know what to do with it, it means nothing. That's one of the things that the brothers and sisters discovered this past June when we did the African Center tour for them. One of the things that we point out is the fact that in your midst today are symbols that are incorporated within the architecture, within the layout of the city, symbols that tell you who you are, where you came from. But if you don't know how to interpret those symbols, then you just walk past the building, drive past the building without realizing that the truth is right before your very eyes. In ancient Kemet, Medu Neter, the symbols consist of images which were derived from nature, which were derived from the environment. Plants, animals, water, people, all symbols that everybody can relate to, symbols that told those who had an understanding and a deep appreciation for these symbols, told them what they could begin to do, what they could begin to understand as a result of studying this knowledge and information. The tradition of relating nature to one's environment is an integral part of all African languages. It's an integral part of African culture. We relate to our environment. We gain understanding and wisdom based upon studying every element that exists within our society, because each element means something special to us. It is the means by which African people understood their relationship to the Creator, that is, the being that was responsible for creating all of these elements that exist within the society. Within traditional African languages, metaphors were used to communicate to the initiated and the uninitiated simultaneously. In other words, you could present a general message, and those who had no idea what you were talking about would get one meaning from it, only hear one aspect. But those who were trained to look for the deeper meaning would hear something totally different and would know how to respond with that information. The initiated derived one meaning from the conversation, while others usually derived a totally different meaning while one conversation was taking place. So in other words, what I want you to begin to be aware of is the fact that there are several ways that you all can begin to look at and process information. That was one of the things that I talked about the last time I was here. When Africans were enslaved, we were forbidden to speak our language, to practice these traditions, to begin to communicate with the Creator as we knew the Creator to be. But we found an effective way of communicating, sometimes in our songs. So if we listen to some of the so-called Negro spirituals, we will hear messages that were encoded in the music. Messages that were rich with a metaphoric language that was designed to communicate to the initiated, i.e. those who understood that there was a message in the music. For example, you all are familiar with the song Swing Low, Sweet Chariot, Coming Forth to Carry Me Home. That was a call to those initiated within the plantation to begin to prepare to leave the plantation. The chariot is getting ready to take you home, to take you out of here. But those who could not be trusted heard the song and thought it meant something else. There was a code, there was a message incorporated within that song. The other spiritual, Down by the Riverside, was a directive to those Africans where they should meet. Telling you where to meet, telling you when to meet. And as you prepared to escape from the plantation, you needed to have some directions that would help you find your way as you travel north. There was another song that gave them codes as to how to find their way north. That code was follow the drinking gourd. What's the drinking gourd? The drinking gourd is a metaphor for the Little Dipper, Polaris, the North Star. And within that song was the code to look up to the sky, to follow that particular aspect of the heavens in order to differentiate the Big Dipper from the Little Dipper, in order to find the North Star, to find your way to freedom. We have some very powerful and effective ways of communicating our message to those people who were interested in freeing themselves, liberating themselves. There was another song that I'm sure you all have heard, a song called Wade in the Water. Wade in the water. What's the significance of wading in the water? See, because when you were getting ready to leave the plantation, when you're going down by the riverside, when you're going to follow the drinking gourd, you know that once you leave, the white man's going to come looking for you. He's going to bring his bloodhounds to track you down. So what do? You wade in the water to throw off the scent so the bloodhounds can't follow you. Very simple and very practical means of ensuring that you can make it out of hell and find your way north. There's also a very powerful message found in a song that's commonly referred to as a Negro national anthem, a song that I heard people in here singing a little while ago. Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring. We need to look at this. We need to look at this song and the messages in this song. James Weldon Johnson wrote it, 1900. It's a song that talks about the Creator. It's a song that has some very important messages for us, but in order to really understand the messages in the song, we have to understand something about the person who wrote the song. James Weldon Johnson was an agnostic. He was a person who believed in a creative spirit, but he also felt that it is difficult, if not impossible, for man to know God. But yet there is a creative spirit. And if you analyze the words to lift every voice and sing from the vantage point of James Weldon Johnson, a person who realized that the concept of God was a concept that was sometimes too deep for the average person to really comprehend. And if you break down the stanzas of that song, then you'll find some very important metaphors. The first stanza speaks of the present time. Begins with lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring. Talks about today, right now. The second stanza speaks of our ancient past. Stony the road we trod, bitter the chastening ride. He talks about the things that we went through as a people. The third stanza speaks of our future, in which he tells us what we have to do based upon where we were, where we are now, and what it is that we need to be doing in order to ensure our survival. The third stanza says, God of our weary years, God of our silent tears, God who has brought us far along the way, God who has by thy might led us into the light, keep us forever on the path we pray. Least our feet straight from the path, our God, where we met thee. Least our hearts drunk with the wine of the world, we forget thee. Shadow beneath thy hand, may we forever stand true to our God, true to our native land. Now, what was James Weldon Johnson talking about? True to our God, true to our native land. If he was an agnostic, what was he telling us? True to our God, true to our native land references the concepts of the Neteru, or the concepts of the Creator, which sprang from the minds of African people, as perceived by Africans in their native land. He's telling you specifically who you should focus your attention on. Our God from our land, not him. Shadow beneath thy hand. What is he talking about? Shadow beneath thy hand. What is a shadow? Shadow is the shade cast by a body that intercepts the rays of light. The shadow is a metaphor which represents the presence of a force that is greater than oneself. That is the Creator, what we may call God. The force is symbolized by the sun, which is the source of light that makes the shadow. It makes the shadow visible. So the force is always there, but the shadow is that which reaffirms the presence of that force. Symbolic metaphors that talks about a profound understanding of the African concept of the Creator. The African's reference to the sun as a symbol of God is a subject that must be discussed, particularly at this time of year. there are numerous cultural celebrations which pertain to light and the sun. Celebrations that go on at this time of year. A few days from now, some people on the other side of town are going to be celebrating Hanukkah.
All right.
That is what? The festival of light. All right?
All right.
On Christmas,
All right.
December the 25th. Some folk on another side of town are going to be celebrating the birth of the sun.
All right.
S-U-N, S-O-N, it was still spelled the same way 2,000 years ago.
All right.
What are they talking about? After Christmas, some people on this side of town are going to be celebrating Kwanzaa. 7-day African festival of the first fruits, which is directly related to light. You don't get the fruits, you don't get the harvest without the presence of the sun or the power from the sun that makes the food manifest. So all of these festivals that celebrate light are directly related to a celestial phenomena that takes place in the heavens and has a profound effect on every living thing on planet Earth. By nature of the fact that we were born in America, born in a Christian society, we have been programmed to embrace the holiday spirit. We've been programmed to embrace it. Some of us who have come into our African minds have begun to see this whole thing differently, but we need to understand our programming. And how sometimes when you hear Nat King Cole sing the Christmas song, you want to chime in a little bit. Or when you hear Donny Hathaway sing This Christmas, you want to chime in a little bit because of that programming. All right, so it's in us. We need to understand that, but then be able to take it to the next level and understand what it really talks about. So my objective this evening is to help you decipher the metaphors related to this highly spiritual time of year so that you can maximize all of the benefits that are available to every single one of you. Again, this is knowledge and information that you aren't going to learn in school. You certainly won't learn it in church. Why? Because it's not about giving you information to free yourself. It's about giving you a certain amount of information so that you will remain connected to that source that is feeding you, spoon feeding you the information, okay? So hopefully you all will hear my words this evening and understand the spirit with which the words are being imparted to you. And if you think about it, again, focusing initially on Christmas, if you think about it, we need to realize the truth that no one knows the day that Jesus was born. No one knows. They don't have the faintest idea. If your pastor is truthful and honest, then he or she will tell you, we don't know when Jesus the Christ was born. So if that's the truth, then all of these songs that sing about the birth of Jesus are not telling you the truth. All of these pictures that you see in the books about Jesus being born in the manger on this day are not telling you the truth.
All right. Talk to us.
The celebration of Christmas, the celebration of the birth of Jesus the Christ on December the 25th did not take place until 350 AD. Historical fact, historical reality. The reason why that date was adopted by Constantine was because it was a date in which the people of the world, specifically the people of the world that Constantine wanted to conquer, they had celebrated this date for over 3,000 years as the birth of the sun. Now, what does that mean? Let me give you a reference. And I need to cite this reference specifically in order to pay honor to the brother that recorded it in a book, John G. Jackson, who has since passed on to the realm of the ancestors. The book was entitled Introduction to African Civilization. The citation comes from page 144, and I can still remember how I felt when I read that passage and what it did to me. John Jackson said, in Egypt 3,000 years ago, The birthday of the sun god was celebrated in the temples the 25th of December, 3,000 years ago. Why? Because it was the first day to lengthen, obviously, after December the 21st, the day of the winter solstice. At the midnight hour, on the very first minute of the 21st of December, the birth of the sun was commemorated. At that time, the sun was in the zodiacal sign of Capricorn, which was known as the stable of Aegeus. So the infant sun god was said to have been born in a stable. Shining brightly on the meridian was Sirius, the star from the east. While rising in the east was Virgo, the Virgin, the astrological constellation of Virgo the Virgin, and the line of the horizon was passing through her center. The whole concept of a virgin birth is written in the stars. To the right of Sirius was Orion, the great hunter, with 3 stars in his belt. And those stars lie in a straight line and point towards Sirius. And in the ancient times, these 3 stars were known as the 3 kings or the 3 magi. So all of this stuff that has been inculcated into Christian lore was based upon astronomical knowledge that was practiced thousands of years before the birth of Jesus the Christ. So if Constantine had this desire to conquer the rest of the world and to impose a new religious ideology on the minds of the people that he conquered, then one of the first things that he had to do was to ensure that he could minimize people's resistance to this new concept. So he selected a date that they had already set aside as a holiday and imposed his holiday on theirs. After their children died, they will forget the holiday of their ancestors and celebrate the holiday of the people who had just recently mentally enslaved them.
There we go. That's what it comes down to right then and there. That's what it comes down to right then and there. I'm going to end this because I do have some things to do. And it's been a long show. But it was, see some people started to come in the building, but I've been up here for a while. 4 hours. I gotta go. So I thank everybody for coming through. I came in with some music. I'm about to leave with some music off my new album. I think I'm gonna release this album within the next, I'm gonna try to release it in the next 2 days, if not tonight. Let's see here.
I pray that the light comes and saves me. Cause I swear I would take that ride this time to places I've dreamt about lately. Yeah, I got dreams in me too. Yeah, I pray that the light comes and saves me. Cause I swear I would take that ride this time to places I've dreamt about lately. I got dreams in me too. Oh my, I want, oh my, I want, oh my, I want for you and me. Oh my, I want, oh my, I want, oh give me, I want, oh my, I want, oh my, I want, oh my, I want for you and me. Oh my, I want, oh my, I want, oh give me, I want, oh my, I want, oh my, I want.
Yo, I see y'all either tomorrow or tonight.
I pray that the
light comes and saves me.
Support me.
Cause I swear I would take